Hello, folks. As you're arriving, please make your way to the front. We have some seats up here, and I'd love to see you. I'd love to see your faces. All right. So I think it's a good time to get started. Agni, are we good to go? OK, cool. So welcome, everyone, to the Zero Knowledge Summit 13. How are you feeling this morning? Good? You excited to be here? Very nice. So the Zero Knowledge Summit, as you may know, is presented by the Zero Knowledge podcast. We have done 360 episodes and counting. Last year, I took a short break, but we came back in February, and we've been running strong since then. This is the team behind the podcast. This year, we actually merged the ZK Hack team and the podcast team together, so we have a bigger group. And I have my wonderful co-hosts, two of which are here today. I still have not had all four of them in the single room, but I'm on a mission to make it happen. So every summit, I share our top episodes. These change slightly. This year, or actually for this edition, we have Quantum Engineering with Jelena Vukovic and the founding of Zero Knowledge Systems with Austin Hill. We've been doing a small series on quantum, as well as like a history series on this really cool Canadian tech company called Zero Knowledge Systems that existed in the late 90s. This was the third in that series. Do check it out if you haven't already heard of it. It's kind of crazy, but I have this very unexpected connection to this company that I talk about in that series. We've also been covering lattices recently. I think we just had 2 episodes come out on that, so do check them out. So all videos for this event and all of our podcasts and all of our study clubs and all of the videos that we create are over on our YouTube channel. You can see last edition, like the last summit's videos there, and the live stream I think is there already, so yeah. If you know anyone who wants to follow along from home, please share this with them. If you're not actually, are any of you listeners to the podcast, maybe? Some of you? Good. Okay, if you aren't, go check out all our episodes over here. There's lots of great content for you. So now I'm going to talk about a sister project called ZK Hack. So I sort of mentioned this at the beginning. ZK Hack was originally kind of a separate project. We've since merged the teams, but ZK Hack is the spot to go if you want to learn some of the basics of ZK. We have study groups. We do content there, which is a little bit more for beginners. We do live events. And actually, our next live event is ZK Hack Berlin, a full-fledged hackathon focused on ZK tools and tech. So if you're learning about cool stuff here today, but you want to actually try building with it, head over to zkhack.dev and sign up and register for the Berlin event. This is something I actually have never mentioned on this stage, but we also do a monthly newsletter called ZK Mesh. And Makira and I, where are you, Makira? Yeah, we started this back in 2020. Since then, it's been folded into the ZK Hack project. It comes out every month. I think we have a roll-up with that QR code. And also, you can always find ZK Mesh and ZK Hack. I think we're the only ones. Just Google us. This year, we released the 2nd season of the ZK Whiteboard sessions. I think we wrapped up in January. Have any of you seen the ZK Whiteboard sessions? OK, some of you. Have you seen the 2nd season of the ZK Whiteboard sessions? Oh, yes, so sort of less. The 1st season came out in 2022. It was really amazing to use. I think a lot of people used it to learn about ZK kind of for the first time. We followed up last year with season 2, and we are currently producing season 3, so you can expect some more whiteboard sessions. Cool. OK, let's talk about this event. You're here for zkSummit13. So zkSummit13. We've been running ZK Summit since 2018. We've hosted this in Berlin, San Francisco, online, Amsterdam, Lisbon, London, Athens, and now Toronto. So these stages have hosted speakers that present cutting-edge ZK systems, protocols. People save up their research to present for the first time here. It's very exciting to bring it to Toronto. Here's a few pictures from previous events. Let's see, we got 6 online, 8, 11, 4, 12. Has anyone been to a ZK Summit before? Yeah, let's make some noise if you've been to a summit before. All right, has anyone been to one of the old ZK Summits? This I wonder, like pre-2020. Okay, ooh, we do have some people who are at the old ones, cool. Yeah, so those were always held in Berlin. We have two pictures from those. There's ZK Summit, 3, ZK Summit 2. That's 10, 9, 2, and ZK Summit 7. So this time, we are here at Hart House at the University of Toronto. Fun fact, I actually went to the University of Toronto for 1 year, many years ago. I will not say when, it's so long ago. And being back here is kind of cool. Like, I'm walking around vaguely remembering, oh, I think that was my cafeteria. I think I was in that building. One interesting thing is, so I don't know if you know this, I never formally studied computer science or cryptography. Except I did one class at U of T, the Intro to CS 101. And in that, I believe we did have an introduction to cryptography, like just the very, very beginner stuff. But it's kind of cool to be here, doing ZK Summit 13. OK, a little bit about this venue. Actually, what do you think of this venue? Is this hall amazing or what? It's crazy. So we are currently in the main stage. There's a side stage, breakout room, workshop, and a chill-out area. We do have maps, kind of, I think they're placed around the venue. The main stage is very easy to find. The breakout is just over there, so you should see it as well. Now, for the second floor, you actually go up the stairs, and you go on the other side of the courtyard. If you look up here, that's actually a restaurant, which I think you can go in, but it's not really part of our event. So when you go up the stairs, you actually kind of go to the other side of the building. There you find side stage, workshop, and chill-out room. Oh yeah, I want to say, we have these wonderful snacks by a great Montreal bakery. Was anyone at ZK Hack Montreal? Yeah, so you guys know these snacks. So we brought them again here in Toronto, so Lou and I. It's vegan, gluten-free, lactose-free. It is created in a facility that might have nuts, I think. So if you have an allergy, make sure you check the labels and just be aware. This will be found just outside here, where we're also serving food. That's where the lunch will be as well. And we have this very exciting other snack thing happening. So this is from Boundless, from the Risk Zero team. They have a smoothie bar that they've put together for us. This is only running in the morning. It's upstairs in the chill-out room, so right there. And if you're interested in trying out their verified bar smoothies, which I definitely am, be sure to head there in the break, like this morning break. And yeah, they close up at 12, so just be aware. Cool. OK, here's our program. You should have this on your lanyards. One small change. At 12 o'clock, our speaker was not able to make it, but we are still going to try to have the talk, but with a replacement speaker. Benyi is going to do both of those talks. Yeah, thank you, Benyi. Also, as you can see on your lanyard, we've moved Ying Tong's talk from 5:30 to 4. Yeah. And maybe just one other note, the breakout. So we have 3 workshops on the workshop stage, and then at, at 3:30, we're doing a workshop in the breakout stage. That's kind of why it's designed that way. So that's a full hour. We have wonderful stage hosts. So on this stage, we have Alex and Nico. On the side stage, we have Henrik and Rachel. On the breakout, we have Jeff and Rachel again. So Rachel, any of the speakers, do find your breakout house. Rachel's going to be basically moving between those two. And I think you've all been in touch with Rachel, so if you have any questions, she's your go-to person. Yes. Wi-Fi. So in your pouch, you have a code. The way it works in this building is we've had to do individual Wi-Fi codes. So yeah, if you have any issues, go to registration. I think they have some more. All right. Now, I need to say a massive thank you to our sponsors. RiskZero and Alio, return sponsors. I mean, these events really only happen because teams like RiskZero and Alio come and support us. They bring extra things. They bring their swag. They bring their smoothie bars. I want to say a massive thank you to these two teams for joining us. This time around, for silver sponsors, we have return sponsor Polygon and first-time sponsor Stoffel Labs, a local Toronto company. Thank you, guys. And our community sponsors for this edition, we have Tatseo, Novanet, Ray Labs, Aztec, Celestia, Maiden, and Horizon. Thank you to all of the sponsors for coming together with us for zkSummit13. This is the team that made it happen. We have Rachel, Hanya, Agni, me, Henrik. We have our programming team, Nico, Philip, Kobe, and Gaylord. Thank you, everyone who made this thing possible. Let's give them a massive round of applause. Also, thank you, Agni, for finding this location. You visited Toronto, went to a bunch of spots, and you came back being like, it's a bit smaller than we usually do, but I think it'll be worth it. And I'm so happy you did. It's awesome. All right. Please follow along. Please ping us, tweet at us, tag us. If you're not in the Telegram group, we're going to be sharing a little bit in there as well. That's our X Twitter account. If you want to share the live stream, I think we've posted it there as well. And now we've gotten to the point of this presentation that I always love sharing. Every time we do this, we ask people on the application form a question. And this time around, we asked, how would you explain proximity proofs to a friend? We get fantastic answers, hundreds of answers. And the committee, who also helps to program this, went through that list painstakingly and pulled out some very good answers from all of you. So, let me say it again. How would you explain proximity proofs to a friend? It's a tool used in ZK proofs based on linear codes. Rather than checking if an input is exactly valid, a proximity proof allows you to verify that the input is close to the valid value within some tolerance factor. This is good. Approximate proxies for proofs of proximate properties. I have no idea if this is correct, but we liked it. All right, how would you explain proximity proofs to a friend? I'd start by saying, this is going to hurt. Then proceed to ask them, how much do you know about univariate polynomials? A proximity proof is a way to prove that a function or data is close to having certain properties, like being a valid polynomial, without having to check every single part of it. I don't need to read every page of the book to know it's probably not a cookbook if every 10th page talks about dragons. Now, this was a bit of a mix-up, though. We had a lot of answers that talked about like sampling, which I don't think is exactly proximity proofs, but we still liked this answer. How do you explain proximity proofs to a friend? A friend doesn't need a proof for our proximity. Okay, Google's furiously. There was lots of I don't knows as well. There's also a lot of ChatGPT answers. We see trends. How would you explain proximity proofs to a friend? This is Nico's favorite, I think. A way to quickly get a low fidelity answer. Is some input close to correct? And this is one of the sadder ones. If I had friends, I would tell them to check out Dan Bonnet Explain It instead. Dan actually did modules for our whiteboard session. If you're not familiar with his work, you can check it out there. He is a very good explainer. All right, yeah, thank you all for those wonderful answers. Yeah. So now I'm going to invite Nico to the stage. I don't know how much time do I have. How am I doing?
About 5 minutes.
OK, we're going to have to do this quick then. So last time around, for the last edition of the summit, I did a run-through, like a history of ZK research, and then I did a history of ZK applications. After doing that, I learned I had some gaps in my research. Also, I feel like as time goes on, when you look back in time, you notice papers that maybe hadn't really hit your radar start to become more important. And so we're doing kind of a revamped version of ZK research from the year 2012 to today. All right. 2012, the term ZK SNARKs is defined for the first time. The concepts had existed before, but this is the first time we see SNARK. In 2013, we have Pinocchio. In 2015, we have GKR.
And so here we have sort of the first trend of like, can we make SNARKs, and how small can we make them?
And in this case, are trusted setups already a thing?
I think so, yeah. By the time you get to Pinocchio, you already have knowledge assumptions, pairings, and trusted setups.
In 2016, we have the very famous Groth 16. Just a note to anyone who's here who's maybe not as familiar with ZK, you will hear the term Groth 16 often. It's, I think, the most implemented proving system. Lots of teams are using it somewhere. And that obviously came out in 2016 with a trusted setup.
It is also sort of the culmination of that line of research. Like, this is the tiniest proof we knew, and it was sort of proven in the model in which it operates. That's the smallest you can get.
In 2017, we had Fry and Ligero presented for the first time. Ligero, I thought, was from 2022, but it turns out it is older. 2018, we have SNARKs and bulletproofs. So what's the change here?
So here we're saying, let's get rid of the trusted setup. Let's get rid of fancy cryptography as much as we can. So forget about pairings in some cases for bulletproofs. Forget about elliptic curves altogether. At the expense of maybe a different model, random oracles, or bigger proofs. No. Also, yeah, this is Fry Ligero is the sort of no trusted setups, no pairings, no curves.
2019, there was an explosion of research. Mikera, where are you again? Yes, there. Also coined the statement Snarktember. There was Snarktober, Snarkvember. It just kept going. 2019, especially near the end of the year, had Sonics, Plonk, Aurora, Spartan, Marlin, and Redshift. Obviously, Plonk really stands out here as like, you'll see variations of this continue on. We thought, wow, there's so much research. But little did we know what was coming. Well, it kind of stays the same, and then it gets crazy. But
also, interesting trend here. A lot of these are based on polynomials, univariate polynomials. And you have this one work, Spartan, that's saying, multilinear polynomials could be interesting. And let's see how this pans out in the next few years. 2020,
Fractal, Halo, Halo 2, Plookup. So this is kind of the first time we're seeing lookups. Quarks, well, in this context, Quarks and Plonky 1, which the team behind Plonky has said, not really worth mentioning, but the name Plonky becomes a thing, so we put it in this list.
You also have the idea of recursion for the first time. Fractal is a proof of a proof. Halo and Halo 2 is another way of doing similar things,
That's
sort of
cool.
For maybe a bit cheaper.
2021, we have Faflonk, Splonk, other types of Plonk. We have Nova, obviously a major kind of shift change with IVC. Yep. I don't know if it's defined already as IVC, but it's kind of emerging for the first time. We have Breakdown and Snark Pack.
Yeah. So Nova is kind of the culmination of this proof of proof ideas. Breakdown is sort of Ligero coming back in a different form. Yeah, I think that's it for these guys, 2021.
2022, and now we have Plonky 2, very important proving system. We have HyperPlonk, we have Supernova. We learned that people constantly use the word hyper and super a lot. We have Gemini, we have LogUp, PlonkUp, FlookUp, Calc, Calc Plus, and CQ. And so you have a lot of lookup stuff happening here.
Yeah, everything on the right-hand side and logup is lookups. We do have multilinear polynomials coming back with Hyperplonk, Gemini. Yeah, I think nice year.
Cool. Okay, again, with the proto.
Uh-huh.
Proto becomes the name. Okay. Hypernova, Protostar, Protogalaxy, Goblin Plonk, that's new. Sangria, one of your works. We have Binius, Lasso and Jolt, Basefold, Logup plus GKR, and Labrador. This is sort of the Lattice work first starting to make an appearance in our world. And actually, I think this wasn't on the slide last time because lattices hadn't hit at least my radar.
Our radar, yeah.
So now that's going to be highlighted for 2023.
Yeah. So the left-hand side is sort of all these variations of Nova and this proof-of-proof idea pushed to the extreme. And then in the end of 2023, we see a different trend starting to emerge as better hash-based proofs. So like Binius, Basefold, yeah.
And then last year, so this has also changed a fair bit since I presented this last time in October. So we have Plonky 3 in 2024, Stack Proofs, Circle SNARKs, Blaze, Breaking Base, Garuda and Pari, Polymath, Greyhound, LatticeFold, Stir, and Worse. Some of these presented actually on these stages, some that we're actually going to hear about today.
Yep. And a mixed bag of ideas now. Like you get folding and lattices, sort of these two ideas merging together. What else do we have? With Blaze and Breaking Base, you have ideas from Ligero and ideas from Fry sort of merging as well.
Cool.
Super interesting. Oh, and the return of small proofs. Garuda and Pari and Polymath are back to the sort of Groth 16 trusted setup, per circuit setup, but tiny proofs.
And 2025 highlights. This is a big question mark. It's hard to predict now. Although we're in May, we're a few months in, but it's hard to really predict which of these will stand the test of time. But we have a number of them presenting today. So if you're curious to follow some of these threads, this is a great place to do it. We have Mercury, Samaritan, Zinc, Ligarito, Twist and Shout, Neo, LatticeFold Plus, Micronova, and Warp.
More merging of ideas, right? More lattice folding.
Yeah.
You have the sort of Blaze-like ideas making their way into elliptic curve world with Mercury and Samaritan. And then you have Warp, which combines linear prover, all these multilinear polynomials, hash schemes, and folding. So like, yeah.
Very cool.
Everything is merging.
Yeah. And I'm thinking like today we're also going to be checking out a lot of talks. It's possible we want to add to this right after.
Yeah.
Obviously, as time goes on, we learn about things that even maybe came out in previous years that start to kind of become relevant. So this is a changing, evolving list. And I think that wraps up our highlights of ZK research.
Thank you.
Kind of by accident, I picked the dates 2012 to 2025, not realizing that's the last 13 years of ZK research presented here at zkSummit13. It's a good little coincidence.
Very cursed coincidence in a church.
Thank you, Nico. Yeah, thank you, Nico, for
Thanks.
that. Cheers. All right. We got to wrap. So I think we're at time. All info of the event will be at zkSummit.com. That is actually the most up-to-date schedule as well. We really tried to keep those printouts in your lanyard up to date, but we had some very last-minute changes. You can see some of them. I want to just highlight that there's some side events happening kind of all week. So if you go to the website, zkSummit.com, there's a link to our wonderful partners' side events. Tomorrow there's 2 events. There's something on the 14th and on the 16th if you want to check them out. Here again is the program. And so coming up on this stage, we have Wei Dai presenting the on-chain privacy trilemma. I'm very excited to hear that. The side stage, we actually have a hold until 11, and we're going to be opening up that stage then. On the breakout, we have openbanking.nr, kind of an application of ZK. And on the workshop, we have EC Plonkish. So I think starting now, we're going to give everyone 2 minutes to basically pick your stage to settle in, and then we can get started. We'll be sharing more about the program as we go. We have nice long breaks at this event. This is how we always do it. So we have big half-hour breaks. So if we are running over in any way, we always catch up. That's also a great time for you to meet with people, talk with people. And as the program gets later in the day, we actually start to shut down stages. So if you want to workshop, brainstorm, there's the chill out area, there's desks around. Yeah, please feel free to start building the next generation of ZK stuff here. Cool. I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you all. Very excited to have you. Can't wait for the day. Very cool. All right, so I think, yeah, take a few minutes, pick your stage, and we're going to start up again with Wei Dai on this stage shortly. Thank you. Also, if you, what?
Stay here if you're interested in privacy.
Oh yeah, if you're interested in privacy, you should stay here, says Wei Dai. Also, if you don't mind coming, if you do want to stay, please come up a bit closer so the speaker can see you. Thank you.
Hey everyone, we will be starting very shortly. Please, if you're at the back, come sit forward. It'll be a lot nicer for yourselves and for the speaker. All right, please take your seats and help me welcome to the stage our first speaker, Wei Dai, who's going to be talking about the privacy trilemma.
All right, still see people settling in. Let me just say that it's my third time at zkSummit. And the first time I was at the side stage, and the second time I was on the main stage. And this time, you know, I guess I'm opening for the main stage, and it's my honor to be here to talk to you all about privacy. Let's see if I can get this going. Okay, technical difficulties. What should I point at? Okay. Well, I have to say this is probably one of the, better venues. There's no better place to talk about privacy than like in this, church-like setting. Okay. Two minutes? Okay. Yeah. It's a very private privacy presentation. Great, there we are. All right. Okay, so let's get started. And we're at a zero-knowledge cryptography conference. And okay, this is still not working. We'll give you another minute to sort this out. Okay, there we go. All right, let's get started. So, privacy. Let me first make a disclaimer. I think whenever we talk about privacy, we need to mention what type of privacy we're talking about. So in this talk, I'm not going to be talking about privacy of information, of communication. I'm going to be talking about privacy of assets, of financial privacy, and in particular, on-chain privacy. So we're at a zero-knowledge cryptography conference. So let me open up with a quote on cryptography by Phil Roggaway. Cryptography rearranges power. It configures who can do what from what. Although cryptography is a technical field, it has deep and far-reaching consequences in society. And in recent years, there is a growing tension at the intersection of privacy and blockchains. And I think there's a true ethical dilemma at the core. And the best way I've found to distill this conflict is in the following technical trilemma. Between the following three properties, maximal usefulness, self-sovereign privacy and assets, and threat resistance, any on-chain privacy system can only have two properties, but never three. And for those of you familiar with some of the privacy protocols, this is roughly how the landscape look from a selection of them. There's many, many more protocols out there. Roughly speaking, we'll have on the top left the idealized protocols, which leverages zk to build shielded pools for maximum amount of privacy possible. And on the bottom, we'll have things that are similar to, for example, Zcash Monero, but adds certain velocity restrictions on asset movement, therefore making it more threat resistant. And I'll define what that means in detail later on. And then we'll have the top right category, which sometimes you may not even associate them with on-chain privacy solutions. In fact, a centralized exchange can be leveraged to get on-chain privacy. And there are also solutions leveraging, for example, multi-party computation, FHE, and which is fully homomorphic encryption, as well as trusted execution environments. And I will expand on this diagram in more detail this talk. And here's the rough outline that we'll go through for the next 25 minutes. First, we'll go into detailed definitions of these three properties and why we need them. Then we'll look at a more technical treatment of the trilemma and get to the core of where this conflict is. And I'll talk about the landscape of solutions and how to expand the trade-off space. And finally, takeaways and call to action. So let us get started. First of all, why do we need self-sovereign assets and privacy? Here's two articles from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights published by the United Nations in 1948. There's Article 12, which is often referred to as the right to privacy, and Article 17, which is often referred to as the right to own property. In some sense, privacy and asset ownership are fundamental human rights as defined by United Nations. So therefore, why shouldn't we have them in our on-chain privacy protocol? And what do we mean exactly by self-sovereign privacy? So in order to get a sense of this, let me read the following excerpt from the Cypherpunk Manifesto by Eric Hughes, which was published back in 1993. It says that we must ensure that each party to a transaction have knowledge only of that which is directly necessary for that transaction. An anonymous transaction system is not a secret transaction system. An anonymous transaction system empowers individuals to reveal their identity when desired and only when desired. So by self-sovereign privacy, we mean that exact property, which is your transactions should stay private on-chain unless you or any other party involved in that transaction explicitly decide to reveal them. So let's go into a little bit more detail of how these on-chain transactions, what they actually encode. For a typical transaction on-chain with a sender and receiver, we'll have the notion of anonymity, which hides the identity of the sender or the receiver, as well as confidentiality, which asks for the privacy of the content of the transaction. And there are transactions that interact with DeFi protocols, which we also have the notion of anonymity, which hides the identity of the sender, confidentiality, which hides the content of the transaction, and also function privacy, which hides which application you might be interacting with. And by self-sovereign privacy, we mean that the system should have the following property. When private transactions are posted on-chain, the only way to reveal their content is if an involved party explicitly decides to reveal that transaction. And to wrap up, self-sovereign assets and privacy means that we empower the individual to own and to own their assets and information, and there should be no one else that can take that away from them. And by show of hands, how many people think that we should have sovereign assets and privacy for on-chain protocols? Great. So this is not that cypherpunk of a notion, right? It's part of the Declaration of Human Rights, I would say. Let's move on to the next property. This one is a lot easier, and it's a notion of maximal usefulness. On-chain protocols today move an immense amount of value. So here's a chart of the weekly stablecoin payment amounts relative to Visa and ACH. We currently have exceeded the amount of money movements that Visa facilitates, and more than half of that of ACH payments, or ACH transfers. And on-chain protocols today are very easy to use, and we want to preserve that property. So what do we mean? A maximal useful protocol on-chain should have at least the following properties. Anyone should be able to transact freely, making arbitrary transfers, making arbitrary DeFi transactions. They should be able to generate new addresses to get better anonymity. And there should be no limits on how fast transaction can happen or how fast money can move around. Okay, so that's roughly what we mean by maximal usefulness. By show of hands, how many of you think that we should build protocols that is maximally useful on-chain? Okay, less hands. Interesting. My argument is we don't want to replicate TradFi and want to make on-chain finance as accessible and useful as possible. So therefore, for the purpose of this talk, we're going to consider systems that wants to achieve maximal usefulness. Finally, let's move on to threat resistance. This is perhaps the one property of the three that's more subjective, where sometimes you could maybe refer to this as intersubjective, right? What is a hack? We have a common notion of what a hack is today. And here's a graph of all the on-chain hacks that have happened over the past decades. There's no signs of them slowing down. And in fact, there's simply more and more hacks that are happening as more and more finance move on-chain. And just recently, about 3 months ago, there was the largest hack ever on a Bybit wallet, totaling $1.4 billion. And let's take a look at what happens during these hacks. So here's a statistic of the Bybit hack after 2 months of the hack. Roughly 69% of the assets are still traceable, meaning we have a list of addresses across different chains that are possibly belonging to the original attacker. And roughly 28% of the funds have gone dark, meaning we don't know what are the addresses holding these funds. It could be any address that have received funds over the past 3 months. And roughly 4% have been frozen, meaning they were probably traceable, and that counterparty that attacker used was actually collaborative in freezing the funds. And during this process, the attacker extensively leveraged, for example, cross-chain swaps, which are traceable, exchanges, which are also traceable, but only if the exchanges cooperate, and mixers on both Bitcoin and Ethereum. So this is what we mean by threat resistance, where this is one example of how protocols can be threat resistant. We want these major hacks to be traceable. We want the amount of traceable assets to be as large as possible, so that we can have the third number there, amount of assets to be frozen to be also as large as possible. We don't want assets to go dark. And so that is what I mean by threat resistance. We want hacks to be traceable. And note that this does not actually require us to build in-protocol freezing methods. So we simply need to reveal the content of the transaction. We don't actually need to take the assets away from the attacker. And this is actually how all the transparent on-chain protocols work today, right? We simply need the ability to track. And so it's not really asking for that much. It's really revealing the content, but not explicitly taking away self-sovereignty of assets. And by show of hands, how many of you think that we should build protocols that are threat resistant. Great, okay, more hands than the usefulness one. So great, so this means that we'll have a true problem here because I claim we cannot get all three at the same time. So the perfect on-chain privacy protocol does not exist. And let us see why. The strategy will be as follows. We'll assume, I promise this is kind of the only technical part of the talk. We will assume that a system is both maximally useful and self-sovereign. And we're going to show that it will not be threat resistant, meaning if there's a hack that happens, there would not be a way to trace the transaction graph. And we'll do so in 3 steps. First, in order to set up the proof, we'll first argue that we must have a system that deals with raw public keys. And one of the responses that, to this trilemma is, what if we get an identity system? So the first step is to claim we cannot have a global identity system if we want maximal usefulness. And the second step, we'll set up we will model privacy-preserving on-chain transaction systems and the notion of threat resistance more formally. Then we'll do this final implication, which will be obvious once we set everything up. Okay, so the first argument, if you look at current blockchain protocols today, there's only the notion of addresses, which can be derived from public keys of signature schemes or code, for example, for smart contract wallets. And addresses have no inherent notion of an owner, and addresses can be created on any device, on the fly, anywhere in the world. On the other hand, an identity system, if we were to actually enforce something like that, would need to effectively map every single possible address that's ever used, or will be used, to a real-world identity. And that real identity could either be a human, or it could be a company, or any entity. And so you can see that it would be quite hard to achieve such an identity system. And in fact, we simply do not have the identity system today. And so for the sake of maximal usefulness, I'm going to assume that systems will need to work with raw public keys, or raw addresses. Okay, so that's step number 1. Now let's actually set up a more formal model of the system. And we'll have the notion of addresses, so these are arbitrary bit strings. And we'll have the notion of transactions, which have sender, receiver, and an asset and amount. And with that in mind, it's really easy to define what a ledger is. A ledger is simply an ordered list of transactions. And here, I'm going to block out the text to denote that that transaction is fully private. And due to self-sovereign privacy, it means that if a party involved in the transaction wants to reveal that transaction, then they can decide to do so. And we will denote on the diagram by unblocking the content. And when transactions are added to the ledger, we will assume that they're added onto ledger by default fully privately. Okay, and so these can be realized using combination of zero-knowledge cryptography and other tools. But this model is kind of the core of what's happening semantically on a private transaction system. So now let us move to setting up defining threat resistance more formally. And formally, we're going to define a game between an adversary and an environment. And we're going to have the notion of a malicious set, which initially will be empty. And this set will be keeping track of all the publicly accepted malicious addresses. The adversary can, at some given time, any chosen time t, pick an address A to be malicious. So this, if you connect to the previous example of on-chain hacks, so this effectively could be is modeling like a real-world hack where when a hack happens, that fund is marked as malicious, or that address is marked as malicious. However, there's a delay. In practice, when this happens, there's a social consensus that needs to be reached on that is an actual hack. And that oftentimes could be hours, days. And so we're going to formally model that as the time delay d. So what happens is that at some point in this game, the adversary can pick an address, mark it as malicious, and after some time delay d, that address is then added to the set, the public set M. Okay, so that's point number one. And at any time, the adversary can create new addresses, and the adversary can submit arbitrary transactions to the ledger. And at the end, we'll say that the adversary wins this game if A is not fully traceable. So the address picked by the adversary have done transfers that are not revealed on chain. Okay, so this is something, I guess, more complicated to set up something very simple. It's simply saying if the adversary picks an address and that models a hack, can the adversary get away with it? And we'll have this notion of a public set M that keeps track of all the accepted malicious addresses. And so the first point is if we want any form of traceability for the malicious address, then the following must happen. We must modify our ledger protocol so that if a transaction is coming in that's fully private, we cannot commit the transaction unless the sender is not part of the malicious set, right? Because if we commit that transaction, what happens is that due to self-sovereign assets and privacy, that can never be revealed. So we cannot let malicious addresses spend their funds, or spend their funds fully privately. And so we must do the following. At any given time, if an address is in a malicious set, then any transaction from that asset, from that address, must be done transparently. And so we can enforce this, for example, using zero-knowledge proofs. And we're going to restrict ourselves to the set of protocols that do this. And now, this is kind of the final step to see the contradiction. Recall the time delay D that we have. The claim is the following. If the ledger commits any fully private transaction before the time delay D, then the system cannot be threat resistant. And the reason is the following. Consider the following scenario. Suppose that the ledger have committed a transaction. Here is the transaction A sends to A prime. If the transaction is committed in a fully private manner, what would happen is that the adversary can simply sample new addresses, new public keys, and send from the original malicious address to the new addresses. And because of self-sovereign access and privacy property, any transaction following this transaction can be spent, and the transaction A sends to A prime will stay fully private. And so that means that effectively the entire graph is not traceable. And this is if the system commits that transaction before the delay D. And on the other hand, if we actually wait for this delay D to commit transactions, then I claim that actually the entire thing can be fully traceable and threat resistant for this malicious address. And it's easy to see that because if we wait for delay D, then we can simply keep track of the original malicious address as well as all the transactions originating from it. Okay, so this concludes the proof of the contradiction, the proof of the trilemma. Because we have shown that if a system is maximally useful and self-sovereign, then it cannot be threat resistant, meaning there's a hack that can go through the system without being traceable. Okay, so now let's actually explore this trade-off space a little bit. The trilemma really signals that we cannot get all three properties perfectly. And in the real world, I think there's effectively three classes of protocols that start with two properties and try to get the third property as much as possible, even though we cannot really fully get there. And we have first idealized privacy protocols. These protocols typically have the notion of full self-sovereign privacy, as well as maximal usefulness. And however, it's really hard to add threat resistance. And the second category is what I call programmatic privacy protocols. So these are similar to category A, but they add movement controls. So sometimes, for example, by disabling payments from within a protocol and adding deposit delays, we can effectively become threat resistant. And there's more recent work showing that if you can actually encode the transaction graph with every single transaction, then we can potentially also, we can actually allow payments and faster movements without sacrificing threat resistance. Meaning, we can make the protocol as useful as possible while retaining self-sovereign privacy and threat resistance. And finally, there's this category, which I call privacy with information custodian. Using a trusted custodian is somewhat of an easy solution, and there's ways to make this less trusted. Meaning, we can use multi-party computation protocols, we can use trusted execution environments to custody the information that then needs to be decrypted. So in that way, we could actually offer better privacy for individuals, even though it cannot be fully self-sovereign. And let me end the talk with some more forward-looking points. And really, the landscape is just a landscape of trade-offs. We cannot get the best of all three properties. And the field is still wide open in terms of pushing the trade-off space outwards. And specifically in pragmatic privacy protocols, how do we get more usefulness out of these things? How do we lower the restrictions while still getting threat resistance? And in privacy protocols with programmable disclosure, how do we leverage multi-party computation, trust execution environments to be able to make protocols threat resistant, but offer max amount of self-sovereign privacy? And for those of you that really think we need full self-sovereign privacy, here's another way to think about it. It turns out, because on-chain privacy protocols work with the notion of anonymity sets, the inability to disassociate oneself from an attacker is actually can be seen as a problem. And so instead of thinking about self-sovereign privacy, we can also think of offering freedom of dissociation to people, right? And let me end the talk with the following quote by Helen Nissenbaum. Privacy, in the sense of contextual integrity, demands that information gathering and dissemination be appropriate to specific contexts. Privacy as a technical pursuit is something that we, as cryptographers, as protocol designers, think about all the time. We should enlarge the space of trade-offs of privacy protocols. However, doing that is not enough. The larger challenge is to have social consensus on what type of privacy we actually need for on-chain transactions. And that, I think, is the largest challenge that we have today. Technically, I think we have very, very good construction of privacy protocols, but we have very little social consensus relative to how much these on-chain protocols are used. And I truly believe we can build protocols that maximally achieve the three properties, despite we cannot really reach it 100%. So that is the end of my talk. Thanks for your attention. Go.
Thank you very much, Wade. Do we have any questions? I'll just give you the mic.
For the first property, I forget what you call it, the privacy one. Why is it that you define it in such a way that either of the parties can reveal the entire transaction?
Yeah, so it is defined that way. It is defined that either the sender or receiver.
Yes, but why?
Yeah, so it's a simplification. So for sure, yeah, there could be two notions, right? Maybe this receiver cannot can only reveal itself, but not the sender. But really, it's not the same trilemma will hold. So I just use the simpler definition of that to for the talk. But like it doesn't really matter kind of like who could provide more privacy and the property will still hold.
Do we have any other questions?
So in the assessment of the threat resistance, at one point there's going to be a determination to make on whether the threat is in the on-chain or off-chain and whether an actor is malicious, deemed malicious on-chain or off-chain. So on-chain, I think that determination is a little bit more intuitive. But in your vision, how do you see dealing with a mixed reality where the threat can come from the real world, and how do you bake that in?
Yeah, so this is kind of baked into how the model is defined. So sometimes this on-chain can just look like a normal transfer, but still there's a social consensus that, hey, there's a key loss on an address, right? And this is in fact what happened with the bad bet hack. And I think really there's actually not one globally accepted list which is malicious, right? Chain analysis maintains a list. And there's a list if you were maybe to survey different crypto companies, and that can be larger or smaller. So some protocols do maintain different lists, right? Like you can have like this parallel list of different malicious addresses, and in fact that's what privacy pools does, right? You have this notion of anonymity set provider. So I think fundamentally there is, in some sense, a minimal list that we can all agree on, because there's certain things that we call hacks and certain things that we don't call hacks, right? And so yeah, it's definitely an open question.
Thank you very much. We'll thank our speaker once again. Thank you. Great. Thanks. Our next speaker is Binyi Chen from Stanford University, who's going to present LatticeFold Plus. Binyi, take it away.
Okay, yeah, thanks Nico for the introduction. Let's wait for slides. Okay now. Okay, cool. Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Binyi Chen. I'm a researcher at Stanford. Today, I'll present LatticeFold Plus, which is an upgrade version of LatticeFold that enables fast and memory-efficient proof system for large-scale computation. And this is a joint work with Professor Dan Bonnet. Okay, so in the SNARK world, we have three main approaches to build efficient proof system. The first one is this elliptic curve-based ones, such as Gross-Xin or Planck. So they have really small proof sizes and very fast verification time. And it's also very simple to build a folding scheme out of it, such as Nova and Protostar and Hypernova. Unfortunately, this kind of scheme rely on this discrete log assumption that is vulnerable to quantum attacks, such as Shor's attack. And moreover, the prover time is slightly less efficient because of the use of this large arithmetics over elliptic curves. Now, in the post-quantum world, we have two other categories. We have hash-based proof system that's widely used in practice and pretty popular now because of this fast verification and efficient, fast proving time and efficient verification. Unfortunately, when it comes to build a recursive proof system or folding scheme, even though we've witnessed great progress recently, it's still very challenging to build a concretely efficient scheme because of the really large recursive verified circuit. Finally, we have this lattice-based SNARKs, which can potentially achieve even better proof sizes than hash-based ones because they rely on these more structured algebraic lattice assumptions. However, the downside of this kind of scheme is that verification usually is much slower. This limits its usage in blockchain space. But today, I want to mention that Lattice is actually a great fit and a great tool for building folding schemes. and leads to a really fast folding scheme, such as LatticeFold+ I mentioned today. And also is plausibly post-quantum secure as well. As a motivation, I want to mention why one very interesting, exciting application of LatticeFold+, which is a beam chain. So beam chain is a proposal by Ethereum for long-term security against quantum attacks and also scalable consensus. So the idea is that after proposing a block in consensus, there will be a bunch of validators who will read, verify, and sign these blocks using some post-quantum signatures, such as these standardized lattice-based signatures. And then will be aggregator who collect these signatures and build a succinct proof showing that these signatures are valid, are correctly verified. Okay? And after publishing this short proof, this block can be confirmed. So this boils down to this research question of building a much more efficient proof system that's able to fold many signature verification statements into a much smaller one, and finally compress these statements into much smaller SNARK proof. And I claim that lattice-based folding is a great fit for such application. For example, LatticeFold+ exactly addresses this problem for two main reasons. First, is a fast and post-quantum folding scheme. And second, it natively supports proving algebraic lattice operations. So basically, this constraint system is particularly fit for just proving lattice operation. You don't have to do this arithmetization to translate this lattice ring operation into some constraints in R1CS over SNARK-friendly field. So this makes it a great fit for doing, for this kind of application where you want to verify stuff such as signature verification for lattices or verifiable FHE. Beyond that, I believe there can be more advanced applications as well, such as zkVM, zk machine learning, and data provenance. All these kind of advanced applications involve proving large-scale computation. And our goal is to achieve that using small amounts of time as well as small amounts of memory. So to do that, I think the direction could be using lattice-based folding combined with hash-based SNARK in the end, for example. And I want to mention that for LatticeFold+, it has three really nice features here. The first is that the system itself, the proving complexity is not much more complicated than just committing to the witness. And this is like a great features for folding scheme in leap curve words, such as NOVA. And second, the commitment scheme itself is highly parallel, hardware-friendly, and supports small field arithmetics. This is something that can be even better than these Patterson commitments. And finally, is plausibly post-quantum secure as well. Compared to the predecessor called LatticeFold, we believe it can achieve much faster prover as well as much shorter and simpler verifiable circuits, which is affecting the folding statement size, which also indirectly affect prover time. So we really believe that this can be a promising direction and hope that can be more and more research onto the lattice-based proof system and folding scheme. And this won't be the last scheme, I think. There will be more advancements in the future, I hope. Okay, so in the following, I will quickly go through some quick background about folding scheme, and let's see how LatticeFold+ will work. Okay, so in the literature, we have one generic approach to build memory-efficient and fast proof system for large-scale computation. The idea is simple, and this is also this is called piecemeal SNARK, and also known as IVC or PCD. The idea is to, you have some computation you want to prove, and you just split these large computation statements into many small chunks. And then you stream the proving of each chunk statements, and combine them together or fold them together into much smaller statements, and further compress it into a small proof. And this small proof will serve as a SNARK for this large-scale computation. So the key research question is then how to fold these statements efficiently. And this is where folding schemes come into play. But before that, I want to mention a more general notion called reduction knowledge. And a reduction knowledge is a protocol that allows you to reduce the checking of some input statements in some relation R1 into the checking of some output statements, like updated statements in output relation R2, where R2 is usually much simpler to check than the input relation. So you can reduce some harder problem to some simple problem. And SNARKs is exactly one such example where the output relation is just the trivial language, which always output 1. And the folding scheme is another special example. So in folding scheme, the input consists of two statements. The one is this online chunk statement you want to absorb. The other one is this accumulated statement. You want to keep absorbing this online statement and finally get one statement for it. So the folding protocol, basically what it does is to combine these two statements into one updated merge statement in this accumulated relation. And you can keep absorbing these online chunk statements one by one, and finally you can absorb all the online chunk statements, and finally you just need to compute or prove these final smaller statements. So as you can see, this output relation is no longer trivial. Even though it's still simple, it's no longer trivial. So the task for folding protocol is slightly more easier, okay? And that is the reason why usually folding scheme is much more lightweight and more efficient than monolithic SNARKs. For example, according to PSE's benchmark, Nova is like 100 times faster than this elliptic curve counterparting SNARK world like Halo 2 or Plonky 2. On the other hand, they are also powerful enough to support this piecemeal proof system, as I mentioned before, by combining with SNARKs in the end, that's like prove a much smaller statement. So in this landscape folding scheme, we also have similar categories. First, we have this like classical elliptic curve-based folding scheme, such as Protostar and Nova and Hypernova. They're pretty simple, pretty elegant, and leads to some really simple verified circuits. And proving time is also not much more complicated than just committing to the witness using Peterson commitments. Unfortunately, they are not post-quantum secure, and also the commitments is slightly less efficient because of the large field arithmetics over elliptic curves. Now, in the post-quantum world, we also have this hash-based and lattice-based folding schemes such as ARC and LatticeFold. They have much faster commitments. They are also plausibly post-quantum secure. However, the end-to-end system now is much more complicated than just committing to the witness and just do some random combination of commitments and witness. This make this kind of scheme finally like less concretely efficient than these elliptic curve-based folding schemes. So in this work, we want to strike a balance and achieve the best of both worlds. We want to inherit the fast commitments and post-quantum security, but also we want this proving system to be not much more complicated than just committing to the witness and randomly combine the corresponding commitments. And for that, I will need to provide a quick framework, to describe a quick framework for building lattice-based folding schemes. This is already inspired by Hypernova and also already implicitly described in LatticeFold. I think it's nice to have this generic framework so you can have the high-level picture. And after that, I will touch upon the core technical part, which is a new range proof in the algebraic lattice setting. Okay, so our starting point is Hypernova, which is a folding scheme that uses linearly homomorphic commitments and sum check. The idea is that you start by convert this high-degree committed MP relation into some linear relation that only checks some linear statements. And then you randomly combine two linear statements into one by just using some randomly combination of the homomorphic commitments and the witness. And also sometimes you need some sum check protocol out of it. So this is pretty simple, and they instantiate using Peterson commitments. Unfortunately, as I mentioned before, Peterson commitments is vulnerable to quantum attacks and also is slightly less efficient because of its elliptic curve operations. So we instead use lattice-based commitments or anti-hashing functions instead. It's actually a very elegant and simple scheme, and there are also some variant of it that's much more optimized and efficient than that. So, but at a high level, the idea is as follows. To commit a long witness vector, what you do is just to left multiply a random matrix, which is a narrow and long, and then you get a narrow column, which serves as short commitments. And the nice feature about this is that this matrix A, which is public parameter, can be generated on the fly. You don't have to store it in the memory when you commit it. You can just generate it locally every entry using PRG or PRF. And this makes it extremely hardware-friendly and GPU-friendly. And also, we have some variant of this kind of scheme using polynomial ring or module that leads to much more efficient scheme. And according to Nederman's benchmark, even on a single-threaded CPU, this can be much faster, like 30 times faster than Peterson hashes for committing to the same amount of data. And I hope that this kind of gap and advantage can be even larger if you use GPU or hardware. And on the other hand, it's also plausibly post-quantum secure because it relies on this well-known shortest integer solution assumption that's widely believed to be quantum secure. But there's a trade-off. There's no free lunch. The trade-off here is that we require this witness to be no norm. Otherwise, this assumption will be broken. It will no longer be true, and the security will be broken. So that implies that every element of this witness should have a relatively small absolute values. And that also means when we do the folding, when we do the randomly combination, we always need to control this norm to never exceed some fixed thresholds. Otherwise, you can no longer fold afterwards, and it won't have security. So to address this issue, we adapt this relation we want to fold to include these norm check statements, which further check that indeed these witnesses are indeed no norm, which is parameterized by this integer bound b here. And then after converting this high degree committed NP relation into a linear relation, we define this accumulated relation as the product 2 statements, which is our 2 linear statements that parameterized by this integer bound b prime. And b prime is a globally fixed parameter that never changes. We always want to make sure that we never increase this kind of norm bound. And now we have 3 input statements, and we can do something similar. But the difference here is that we use some no-norm polynomial ring scalar to combine these 3 statements into a new statement where the witness now is slightly larger. The norm is slightly larger, but not much larger. But as I said before, I need to correct norm, right? But this is easy to do. We just split these statements into 2 using the so-called decomposition technique. Basically, when you have a number, when integer, you can decompose into 2 integers where the 2 values become smaller. And this is some technique used LatticeFold. But why is special about LatticeFold Plus is that in LatticeFold Plus, we only do this once in decomposition, and we only split one statement into 2. While in LatticeFold, for some technical reason, we have to decompose them into many small decomposed commitments, which makes the efficiency of the folding scheme much worse. Okay, so all this sounds pretty natural and simple and also quite nice. But there's one challenge here, in the sense that you also need to further prove that in this folding step, these input statements are indeed having no norm witness. So in some sense, you have to provide a proof of knowledge that these input witness are no norm. And this is always the hardest part for building a lattice folding scheme. And that's why it's like notoriously hard to build a very efficient lattice-based proof system of folding schemes. And this is where our key contributions comes in. We obtain a much more efficient range proof that is fits into this algebraic lattice setting, and which I think is of independent interest. So to illustrate the idea, our first step is to represent a range statement as an algebraic operation. Why do we want to do that? Because algebraic operation or statements is much easier to prove, because we can use this polynomial and all kinds of tricks related to polynomial and algebra. And what you do typically is that suppose you have these statements about proving A is inside minus half D and half D. What you do is decompose this value into a binary vector, prove this binary vector is consistent with this value, and prove that my binary vector is indeed binary. That leads to many different ZQ multiplication, basically prove that AI times AI minus 1 equals 0 modulo Q. So in some sense, given the one range statement, it translates into multiple algebraic statements over ZQ. And this kind of laws, we don't want to do this. We want to translate one range check of this form to a single algebraic operation. And the nice thing about lattice-based folding is that we work, instead of a ZQ, we work over a polynomial ring. And this is RQ here, which we want to exploit. So put it simply, very simply, every element of RQ is just a polynomial of degree less than D. So you can add 2 polynomials, and you can also multiply 2 polynomials and modulo this polynomial x to the D plus 1 to obtain another polynomial of degree less than D. So in some sense, it is a ring that supports addition and multiplication. And another nice feature here is that you can also shift the coefficients of the polynomial onto the constant term by multiplying this x to the a monomials here, which is a great feature because you can now do shifting very efficiently to the coefficients. So this is where we want to exploit, and our goal is to represent the range check into just a single ring multiplication. The idea is following. First, we define this table polynomial, Tx, which embeds the value of this range inside the coefficients of this polynomial to the corresponding different monomial terms. And then we introduce some helper values, which is this delta A, which looks like some x to the a monomial term, even though more formally it is not exactly like that, but let's just assume for simplicity is almost x to the a. And now we are ready to represent the range check statement just as one ring multiplication. The idea is just to check that the constant term of data A times multiply this Tx equals A. Why does it work? Because essentially this delta A is working as to shift the value you want to check onto the constant term. You can basically extract this term, this coefficient onto the constant by multiply x to the a or something, x to the minus a. And then if the constant term equals a, that means a is inside the table, right? Because is equal to some value inside this table. So this is why we can represent a range check as a ring multiplication. And this idea easily extends to arbitrary table lookup or even larger ranges by just embedding different values in this table polynomial and using this decomposition technique from Lasso or something like that. So this is a high-level idea. We're now ready to represent range check as some algebraic operations. And now let's come to our main task. We want to prove knowledge of an opening vector such that this opening vector is an opening to the commitments, and moreover, every element of this integer vector is within the range. So as I said before, given this insight, it's basically just checking that this vector f, element-wise, is equal to the constant terms of Tx scalar multiplied this delta vector, right? So basically, we want to prove knowledge of T and delta such this equation holds. This is basically a Hadamard check. And for some reason, we want to transform this into a single ring multiplication check using the Schwarz-Zippel lemma. Let f tilde and delta tilde to be the Martin extension of this vector, and let r to be a random sampled point over zq to log n. Now it suffices to just check that fr equals to the constant term of tx times delta to the r. Okay? Like this, we can preserve the soundness using Schwarz-Zippel lemma. And this is a high-level idea. Basically, we convert this kind of a range check for a long vector into a ring multiplication. But proof more formally, this leads to the following reduction knowledge protocol, where the prover just sends these helper commitments, which consists of commitment to this delta vector, which consists of many monomials, okay, which is lifting the values to the x to the a from a. And the verifier will, after receiving this, sample this random challenge, and the prover will give the corresponding claim evaluation. And the verifier assumes this valuation is honestly computed, just check this single ring multiplication. And if it holds true, then after that, it suffices to just check that we know the some relaxed opening of f and delta to these two commitments, such that the corresponding evaluation claim holds. I want to highlight here that this relaxed commitment opening relation is much easier to prove. It's basically very similar to the statement to be proven in hypernova, which requires no strict range check, as we said before, and is much easier to fold using randomly combination. So this protocol kind of work as a range proof for as a reduction knowledge for this vector f here. And also, you can see this scheme is extremely lightweight. The prover only needs to commit these monomial vectors. And because this monomial vector is really sparse, right, and also very structured, when you instantiate the ring-based anti-commitments, this can be really efficiently computed. It leads to just linear number of ring additions, for example, rather than ring multiplication, which is much more expensive. So this is pretty good. And the verifier is also pretty simple. You just sample a single challenge and check one ring multiplication. So the corresponding verifier circuit will hope that can also be really small. However, I'm cheating a little bit here, okay? This works when the prover is honest, but what if prover is malicious? What if he sends some commitment that's not monomial vectors? What if he sends some arbitrary polynomials instead and fool the verifier? So we need to further enforce that the malicious prover is always committing to some monomial vectors so that these previous algebraic statements will make sense, okay? But fortunately, we can do that, and we do it very efficiently. We come up with a new monomial set check proof, which is a proof of knowledge of this monomial vector underlying the commitments, which is super efficient. I don't have time to cover this here, but I think it's a really cute technique, and catch me offline if you are interested. But one thing I want to highlight is that the underlying protocol is just a sum check over a field rather than RQ. So the sum check is actually pretty efficient and insignificant compared to committing to this ring vector. Okay, so for now we know how to prove knowledge of committed integer vector, which is within the range. But in practice, for efficiency, usually we are directly proving relation over lattice-based rings, like algebraic polynomial rings. And that means the witness we have is actually some ring elements or polynomials. So it's a vector of polynomials rather than a vector of integers. So actually what we want to prove is to prove knowledge that all the coefficients of these polynomials are within the range. So that leads to a much harder problem, which is to prove d different integer vector are within the range. But naively, you can just run this range check protocol we had before for integer vector for d times in parallel, right? And the proof time is not too bad. The monomial vector commitment is pretty efficient, and this monomial set check proof can also be batched using randomly combination, so it's not a big deal. But there are some other subtleties, in the sense that the communication will increase a lot. Okay, and the prover has to send more and more commitments, one per commitment per vector. And as you know that we need folding verify circuit to be really small, but when you instantiate, you need to do Fisher-Shamir to sample this random challenge, which needs to take all this input as input to generate this random challenge. If it's too large, Fisher-Shamir circuit can be quite large. And our approach to dealing with it is to use so-called double commitments, which allows us to compress a matrix of n by d into much smaller commitments rather than d commitments. The idea is simple. So after getting these d different commitments, you just decompose it as a scalar, decompose it, and we should obtain a slightly longer vector. And now you can use this anti-hash function I mentioned before again to obtain a much smaller commitments. So as you can see, we can compress a 1 megabytes commitments into a 10 kilobytes commitments and much shorter. And the verifier will only receive these double commitments before example this random challenge. So Fisher-Shamir will be much more efficient after that. But there's still one subtle challenge here, is in that after doing the reduction knowledge, we obtain some statements that's related to double commitments. But double commitment is not linearly homomorphic. So we cannot easily using randomly combination of the commitments to fold the statements. So that's why we need one more technique to translate a statement relating to a double commitment into a statement related to this folded version of lattice-based commitments. And this is also of independent interest. And after that, we can continue folding without problem. Okay, so that's basically the idea of range check protocol. In summary, we have three main components. The first one is this table polynomial extraction technique plus this monomial proof that makes the prover much faster than before because we remove the need of computing many decomposed vector commitments using attack commitments. And second, we use this double commitment trick to compress the folding proof so that we can have a much smaller Fisher-Shamir verifier circuit, which makes the folding statements much smaller. And finally, we use this commitment transform trick to translate double commitments into linear commitments, which allows us to do polynomial unbounded number folding afterwards. So you can fold many, many online statements as you want. And if you plug in this range checker protocol into the framework I mentioned before, this leads to a much more efficient lattice-based proof system or folding schemes, because this range checker protocol itself is no longer a bottleneck of efficiency. So we claim that the actual complexity will become, like a bottleneck will become just to committing this witness ring vectors. Okay, so that's basically I want to cover. How many minutes do you have? Okay, so I go quickly. One thing I want to convey here is that these lattices is like mathematically it's a really deep topic. It's really interesting and it involves a lot of deep mathematics. But I don't think it's that scary. It's not that fancy. Also, I saw Craig here, which is like OG in the lattice world. And I hope that more people can use it because it's really powerful and helpful to use, for example, in folding schemes. And according to Netherman's rough estimates, we believe that LatticeFold Plus can even beat the state of art of elliptic curve folding schemes such as Hypernova, even just on a single thread CPU. And we believe this advantage can be even higher if we use GPUs or hardwares. And moreover, it's plausibly post-quantum secure. And one thing I want to mention here is that also it can natively support proving lattice operations without like diving into like some indirect translation into R1CS constraint over fields. This all makes it a great fit for those applications that you need to prove lattice operations, such as beam chain or verifiable FHE. I think I'll just stop here. And there's many open questions, but one thing I'm thinking most relevant for investors and company engineers is whether we can have faster software and hardware implementation for the monomial vector commitment I mentioned before. If you can do that, you can accelerate this LatticeFold even further, and you can get even better performance. Okay, I think stop here, and thanks for listening, and I'm taking more questions now.
Thank you very much, Binyi. We'll take one question, and then I think the rest we'll take offline. Oh, sorry, go for it.
Thank you for the talk. It's super awesome and interesting work.
Thank you.
With folding scheme more generally, what you have is great memory efficiency, so you can choose the step size to match machines. So if you have a bigger machine, you can run bigger step sizes, smaller machines, smaller step sizes. But in the Hypernover paper, they actually added folding for zk, as in you can fold something and add privacy to it. I thought that was a very interesting technique. Do you know in the lattice space setting if you can add privacy via folding in the same way?
That's a good question. So your question is, can we add zk or privacy property for these kind of schemes? I don't see a inherent obstacle, but we haven't thought much about it. I think it should be possible. For example, I think in the ellipse curve setting, we do have some kind of this kind of work. But in the last setting, maybe you can also do that. But probably we need to have some rejection sampling stuff, which is more complicated in last word. I haven't thought about this. I think they're very interesting questions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Binyi. We now have a break, and we'll resume here at 12. See you in a bit.
Hello, folks. I think we're going to get started on the main stage pretty soon. So if you want to take your seat, and do come up to the front. We have lots of space up here. That would be great. I think we actually do need to start right now. So hopefully you can sit down. Thank you.
All right, let's resume the morning's talks. If you could please take your seats. So for this next talk, we have something a bit special in that Hadass unfortunately couldn't make it, but her co-author, Binyi, has very bravely decided to give the talk. Disclaimer, Binyi has not seen the slides before giving the talk, so this is a bit of a slide karaoke situation. But I'm sure we'll learn a lot from it. Thank you very much, Binyi.
Yeah, thanks, Nico. So, yeah, sadly, Hadass cannot make it. I heard that there's a flat tile in his flights, and the flight got canceled. So I have to as a replacement, I will need to present it. And I haven't even read these slides in full yet. So I want to start the slides and see how Hadass thought about this work together with you guys. So this is Blaze. What's Blaze? Blaze is a fast SNARKs built from interleaved RA code. So TLDR, Blaze is a scheme that's a hash-based polynomial commitment that gives SNARKs over binary fields with strictly linear time prover time and polylogarithm verifier cost. So before this work, theoretically, we know how to do it, but concretely, we don't have a really efficient concrete system, concrete efficient proof system that achieves these both properties. We either have polylogarithm verifier cost, but cost linear proving time, or linear time, but super logarithmic verifier cost, like Ligero or breakdown. And this is the first one that achieved this concretely with concrete efficiency and also further supports binary fields. So that's the reason why even I'm doing karaoke style presentation, I really want this kind of work to be heard. Okay. So I'll give some backgrounds, and I'll also give some background about polynomial commitment scheme and how to construct it. And finally, I want to mention this so-called RAA code, which is a new type of code that's really useful and really efficient. And I think it could be very interesting to be used in the SNARK world to obtain a very efficient prover for hash-based proof systems. Okay, so generally, when we build a SNARK, we follow this generic framework. Well, we start by designing some information theoretical interact proofs and compile it into a SNARK using some crypto primitive. And what is an interact proof? In an interact proof, the prover wants to convince the verifier about some statements in MP, and he does this by sending some messages in multi-rounds. And every round, the verifier will reply with some public coin challenges, like RD to R0. And finally, according to the answer, according to the message it received, you accept or reject the statement. And more generally, we also can have interact oracle proof. In this case, this message being sent by the prover is not read in full. It's not read in entirety by the verifier. Instead, the verifier only needs to check a small subset of entry of this oracle in order to verify the proof. And later, we can instantiate this as a SNARK by using Merkle proof or vector commitments. And even more, I guess it's more generally or special, is like we can also have this kind of so-called polynomial interact oracle proofs. While further, this oracle being sent now becomes polynomials, like for example, univariate polynomials. And the verified query no longer is no longer this entry query, but evaluate this polynomial as some domain of this polynomial. And according to the answer and the evaluation of that, the verifier will decide accept or reject. And you can compile with polynomial commitments with it to obtain a SNARK. As it is said here, so that what is polynomial commitments? It is a primitive that allows us to replace these oracles and instantiate them in practice in an efficient way. And more generally, it has follow syntax where the prover, given some polynomial, will commit this polynomial into a short string and send to the verifier. And the verifier will decide some kind of evaluation query, and the prover will give the evaluation and also prove that this evaluation is correct with respect to this committed polynomial. So in the landscape of building SNARK, we have this generic paradigm for building SNARKs, which combines a polynomial IOP with polynomial commitments to obtain some arguments. And then usually, at this point, we still have some interactive arguments because the challenge is still sent by the prover. And then we can make it non-interactive using this standard Field-Shamir-based transform that's proposed by Killian and Silva Macaulay in 2001. Okay, so okay, I haven't saw this before, but let me see. So what is polynomial hierarchical proof? And our goal here is to translate a circuit satisfiability into polynomial hierarchical proof, right? The idea is to just interpolate the witness into some polynomials and embed them into the evaluation points, the evaluation of these polynomials. Like in this case, you can embed these while values as the evaluation of polynomial at different points, like x1, x2 to x7. And basically, we can translate this circuit satisfiability problem into a so-called zero check, basically checking that the evaluation of this corresponding polynomial evaluates to 0 everywhere in this domain that we embed the values in, witness values in. Okay, so we have this, and this leads to this, and therefore it means that finally we need to obtain a polynomial commitment that prove some evaluation statement about this polynomial I said before. Okay, so in the literature, we have many polynomial commitment construction. In the elliptic curve-based ones, we have KZG, we have PST, and we have this Peterson-based commitment, PCS, such as bulletproof, Hierarchs, Dory. They have really fast verification, efficient batching, and is also pretty efficient in terms of proof sizes. And cons of them is that they have slower prover and they sometimes requires trusted setup, which is not very good. And they rely on some public key crypto. On the other hand, we also have this hash-based proof system, or PCS, that's resolvent-based or code-based, that can support small field arithmetics and has really fast prover. And also in the last space, we also have some candidates for that. They obtain really good proof size as well, but as I mentioned in the last talk, the verification is a bit bad. And today, our focus will be the hash-based polynomial construction, polynomial commitment schemes. And you can see this kind of a really fancy map that Hadass make. There are many very cool constructions there. And our focus today is a scheme which can support 3 things, which are really popular in practice. First is binary fields, power of binary fields, which has really create hardware instantiation for this. For example, you can see this binaries or Frey-binaries, which are really cool work that have really fast prover in the binary field setting. And the nice thing about binary field is that native support is 32-bit integer arithmetics or something like that. So that's why we care about binary fields. And second, we care about multilinear polynomial commitments. The reason is that we have kind of switched from univariate PCS or univariate SNARKs into the multilinear setting, given the rise of this Spartan-like or Hyperplonk-like proof system, which has linear time proving. Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, I'll tell Hadass about that. Thanks for the correction. Yeah, cool. Yes, and yeah. So as said, Ligero and Breakdown, Breakdown also supports it. Like Binius is the binary field version of Breakdown, which also supports binary fields. But all of them are super logarithmic verifiable. So we want to have super logarithmic, polylogarithmic verifiable complexity, and we want to support Martinian polynomial. And finally, we want to have this linear time prover, which is achieved by Breakdown, and also Ligero also have linear time prover, I guess. Yeah, but we want to go one step further. We want to make the verification and proof sizes much, much smaller. And this is where Blaze comes down. So asymptotically, we have a commitment scheme that's extremely concretely efficient because of the use of this new code, so-called RAA code. It has the commitment, commitment complexity is only exactly 8n additions for a witness of the size approximately n, and 1 Merkle tree commitments. And the evaluation proof is also pretty efficient. It's basically dominated by addition of binary fields and 5n multiplications. And finally, compared to Breakdown and Ligero, we have polylogarithmic proof sizes and the verification time. Okay, I think I'll skip this. And I want to mention that Blaze really shines, really performant when we are dealing with some really large Martinian polynomials that has really large witness. If this relatively small, I think Fry-based proof system is already sufficient. But if it comes to some witness size of 2 to 30, Blaze this asymptotic advantage will finally emerge, and you can have much more efficient schemes using Blaze. For example, if you have a witness length of 2 to the 28, this is more than 10 times faster than Martinian-based Fry schemes. And in terms of prover time compared to Breakdown, it's slightly slower, but it is much smaller. Like the proof size and the verification is much more efficient and smaller compared to Breakdown. Okay, and these all number are just for 60-bit field elements. And if the witness itself is already binary, we can even get more advantages by this packing technique from Binius, which can have more performance optimization via this aberrantization technique. Okay, so why binary fields? I think I mentioned this already before, but I want to quickly recall this here. Why binary field is because first, in a binary field, the addition is almost for free, just XOR, and it's extremely efficient. And the multiplication is slightly more complicated because we need to do this modular reduction over some polynomials. But the nice thing about Blaze is that you don't have to do multiplication over binary fields a lot. And I think also why Martinian polynomials is because there are many proof systems which rely on Martinian-based polynomial IOP. So we need a Martinian polynomial commitments. Okay, so yeah, so in the literature, in the hash-based literature, we have a generic way to build a hash-based PCS using this so-called interactive oracle proof of proximity, like Fry. Okay, and those kind of schemes are using error-correcting code or linear code. And linear error-correcting code is basically just a k-dimensional subspace of Fn. So the k, k is smaller than n, so f to the k corresponds to the message space, and f to the n corresponds to this code word space. So that means for different code words, they will have some distance between them, and the minimum distance is called this minimum Hamming distance. And proximity proof is basically asking that given some oracle access to some symbols, like strings, we want to check that in this string is close to some code word in this code word space. And we have manual way to do that, such as Fries and some, I think Ron also has some other approaches in the past. And we will do this a slightly different way. Basically, we want to combine two different approaches together to achieve the best of both worlds. So on the one hand, we have this resolvent-based LLPP that has really concretely efficient verification and proof sizes. On the other hand, we also have this breakdown Ligero-like idea for doing IOPP by combining multiple strings into one using random combination and check these smaller code words. So we want to combine these two. So basically, we have a code words which looks like this matrix here. So this matrix corresponds to the code word, and we split them into multiple rows. And then we can use the idea from Ligero or breakdown to just randomly combine them. And instead of checking this matrix is close to a code word, we can reduce to checking that the combined rows is close to code words. And we rely on this so-called correlated agreement lemma to achieve that. So now our resulting task is to prove that this combined, this randomly combined rows of this green matrix is indeed a code word in some really efficiently computable code, such as RA code. But RA code doesn't have a really efficient IOPP. Okay, it doesn't have a really verified efficient IOPP. So we will do some code switching technique from Ron and his colleagues in 2020 to translate the code in RA code into the same code in resolving code. That underlying message are the same. And we can translate, after that, we can just work on our IOPP for resolving code. And usually this code switching is not that concretely efficient. It depends on what kind of code we work on. And nice thing here about it is, oh, I think I mentioned this. I can skip this. Yeah, okay, yeah, so usually we don't have a really efficient code switching for arbitrary code. But nice thing here is that RAA code is such a super simple and fast code. And that makes code switching now concretely efficient. So let me quickly recap what RA code means. So RA code is a linear code, while the generate matrix is a composition of several operations. The first operation is just to repeat your message for R times. Okay, and then you just random permute this message into another vector. And after that, you accumulate this message. What does it mean by accumulate? It just means the prefix sum, basically prefix sum in the binary field case. For example, the ith entry now is the sum of the first I entry of the original vector, and you do this by more 2. And then you permute again and accumulate again. We just do it twice. Okay? So basically, these are all very simple operations like permute, accumulation, repeat. And turns out this kind of relation is easily to prove using some check. Okay? Basically, what you need is just prove some relation, this matrix vector multiplication relation. And this can be done, it's very similar to just SNARKs, where you prove some head-map check. Now you just prove some matrix vector multiplication. It's basically just same task. And we have really efficient arguments for all these kind of tasks. Like permutation arguments, we can use hyperplonk, which is inspired and used that technique from Cox. And you can have really efficient permutation arguments. And accumulation is even simpler. We just invent our own, but I think it's kind of folklore. It's pretty easy and simple. Okay, so we just run these permutation arguments, and after proving these permutation arguments, we reduce some statements related to a code word that's encoded by RA codes into some statements related to a multilinear polynomial that's committed using resolvement code. And also this message, because we use this interleaving, this message itself is much smaller than before. Like before it's like length n, now it's n by t, where t is this interleaving factor. So it's fine to use cosilinear time algorithm now, because cosilinear over n over t still could be linear over n. So this leads to some really nice schemes which have linear time prover and poor logarithmic verifier. Okay, so finally I want to mention a little bit more about RA code, which I think is one of the main contributions of this paper. This involves a lot of really complex coding theory stuff, which I really appreciate, even though I don't know too much about it. I've learned a lot from it, from our co-authors who work on coding theory. But I can give you some kind of intuition on why it works, okay? So as you see here, what we do is that we do repeat, permute, and do some prefix sum, and permute again, and accumulate. And when it comes to analyze a code words or a coding scheme, The first thing you want to analyze is its rate and also its minimum distance. And that reduced to checking that every code word has a relatively large minimal Hamming weight. Okay, so why does this code has good Hamming weight? This one. The intuition is the following. So suppose for contradiction, we have some messages that are code word that's really sparse in the beginning that has really small Hamming weight. But if they are quite sparse, they distribute quite like uniformly. After accumulation, you can get a lot of 1 from 0. You can flip a lot of 0 to 1. And that's why you can get a much more higher weight of code words afterwards. And that's why accumulation is useful here. But if these words are quite close to each other, they might cancel out, that this 1 might become 0. So you really have to make sure that before accumulation, you want this kind of distribution of the 1 to be as sparse as possible. And that's why we need to do this random permutation beforehand, before we accumulate. So that's the kind of intuition on why it has high Hamming weight. And we provide some more fine-grained analysis of this compared to prior work. And I think that's one of the main contributions on giving more confidences of using RA code. So even though we didn't have, before I mention that, I want to describe this analogy by our co-author Ron, which I think is a really nice one. And you may ask, why do we do twice for repeat and accumulate and permute, right? Why not just do once, permute and accumulate? The reason is that if you do repeat, the weight of the message, of this sparse message, low weight message, will slightly increasing. And then if you do one time of permute accumulate, then will be more and more ones there, will be more and more weight, which is of the level of square root n size, where n is the length of the witness. So if you want to have better distance, what you do is accumulate once, another times. And it turns out after another time of permute accumulates, the distance of this will be much better. It's at the level of linear size, On of that. So it's kind of approaching a GV bound. But of course, you can accumulate, permute, and accumulate more and more times, which gives you better rates, like distance and rate bound. But that's kind of marginal, okay? So even though you get some tiny gain in terms of rate and distance, you also increase the cost for computing and encoding these messages. So we find it like, we think that's a hot spot, like a sweet spot here is to do it twice. And after doing that, we can approximately approaching this GV bound, which is some existential upper bound of coding scheme. And it's nice question on can we exactly achieve the GV bound. Okay, also, you know that RA code is some random example code. We actually don't know, like basically this random permutation is exampled, random example. We actually don't have a way to efficiently check that this RA code is indeed having a large minimal distance. So this is kind of an issue, but we have some idea to add some confidence on that. After this random permutation, we have some there will be a really tiny probability, which is like smaller than getting a lottery, getting a lottery for that, and the error probability will be concretely really small. However, the downside here is that this probability is still not negligible. So if you're a cryptographer, you won't be happy with it. But I hope that in practice, you can be happy with it. But of course, this is an open question whether you can prove that RA code can be checked so that the error probability can become negligible. This is a very interesting open problem for those coding theorists. Okay, I think how many minutes? Okay. Okay, so yeah, so there are some open questions. I think I will stop here. There's some open questions. First is that can we improve the error probability to negligible, as I mentioned before? And second is that our scheme actually only supports binary extension fields. So there's no analysis for our RA code over large alphabets other than F2. So when we want to use large fields, what we do is we do extension field of F2 and work on it. And also in this resolve IOPP, we cannot directly use Fry, but instead we use like Frobenius, which is a variant of BaseFold that can easily support binary extension field. So on the one hand, it's good to use a binary extension field. On the other hand, it's not that good that we can only support binary extension field. So it'd be nice you can also support large alphabets or arbitrary prime modulus. Okay, so that's it. That's my understanding of the slides by Hadas when I read it. So hopefully it can be somewhat helpful. And yeah, I'm happy to take more questions.
Thank you very much, Binyi. Do we have any questions? Wow, no questions. I have a question. So you were saying we'd like to get the error probability of the RA code to be negligible, not just constant.
Yeah.
Given a fixed permutation that's been sampled, can I check what its error is?
Then you have to enumerate all possible messages.
Okay.
Like, you can check it in exponential time, but it's not clear how to check it in polynomial time. But we have some like tricks to like boost the approach to make sure that we can make sure that this error probability is as small as 2 to the minus 40 by done some computation in 1 day or something like that. And in practice, I think it's not a big problem because we can run some long computation and make sure this complexity, this error probability is as small as 2 to the minus 80 or something, and it should be fine to use it. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Thanks. No remorse, question-wise?
If I wanted to generate like a bad code, and I was adversarially setting up the system, I would do the same thing, or is there a faster way to maliciously sample a code?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think it's hard. It's actually a very hard coding theory problem whether you can generate actually, because this actually, I'm not fully sure, but if it's random, I think it's pretty hard to cheat it because all these setups are transparent. When you use it in practice, you basically just, the randomness you choose is just like, for example, the beacon value of blockchain for the next hours. And it's fully transparent. And from that we generate a globally agreed permutation. Okay? So in that case, this kind of attacking scenario is not relevant there, I think. So that's why we think it's still kind of confident that in practice, this application is not a big deal if we make sure the permutation is public and it's generated using some transparent and random setup. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vinny. And once again, thanks for doing this so last minute. Thanks a lot. Our next speaker is Liam Egan, who's going to be talking about Mercury. And hopefully slightly related to Blaze, actually.
Okay, thank you. Do I like this? I see. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to talk about Mercury, which is a new KZG-based multilinear polynomial commitment scheme. Joint work with Ariel. Yeah, so let's get into it. So yeah, talk about why you should care about this, what we accomplished. And then kind of some background context. I expect people here are probably familiar with the SUMCheck protocol. And, like why we should care about this. And then kind of like the existing landscape of KZG, MLPCS. You kind of have these constant size MLPCS that require linear sized FFTs. And you have linear time. So I will say time, but all of this is KZG based, so over elliptic curves. So in some senses, technically not linear time, but just for convenience to avoid adding that caveat every time I talk about it. What I mean by that is like a linear sized MSM. And those MLPCS are log size. So that would be like Gemini, which is what Aztec uses. And Mercury is able to kind of get the best of both worlds. It's constant size, meaning it has a constant verifier complexity, and also linear time. So Yeah, the SUMCheck protocol has, over the last few years, become extremely popular in like high-performance SNARK protocols for a couple of reasons. It replaces linear or univariate polynomials, which things like Planck were used with multilinear polynomials because we can avoid FFTs. So if you know how Planck works, you have to do basically a product of univariate polynomials and division, and that requires extending to domains. And so FFT algorithms take quasi-linear time, and SUMCheck allows us to avoid this. Subtle point about that is that the benefit often isn't really the time, it's like the memory to do an FFT. So SUMCheck is also useful on constrained proving environments like phones and whatnot. So if we replace our univariate polynomials in the IOP with multilinear polynomials, we need a different kind of polynomial commitment scheme. Polynomial commitment scheme is just a way to prove that you evaluated a polynomial correctly. So this makes sense. There are really nice univariate polynomial commitment schemes like KZG, but multilinear is more complicated. So that's why we care about multilinear polynomial commitment schemes. Yeah, so like I was saying before, the existing MLPCS require a trade-off. And maybe just like also to say for motivation, we care about the elliptic curve setting because they yield concretely smaller proofs and they can be efficiently checked on-chain. So that's another maybe caveat. But yeah. So the two ways you could do a multilinear polynomial commitment scheme with KZG are with a product, basically, which gives you O of 1 proof size, but like I said before, requires an FFT in order to compute a quotient. Or, as in Gemini, you can do a kind of, it is itself reminiscent of the SUMCheck protocol. There are a bunch of different SNARKs that have this kind of pattern where you shrink something down by factors of 2 log time. And this allows us to do linear MSM work. It is, like I said, not technically linear, but Mercury, we can get both. Also, it's interesting to note that Mercury does like less overall prover work than existing linear time MLPCS like Gemini. We do 2n scalar multiplications instead of just 3n for Gemini. And this is with the standard KZG pairings. If you were to use an additional pairing, you could actually get it to the same asymptotically as KZG, which is pretty cool. Yeah, so just some definitions to when we talk about SUMCheck. Multilinear function f has degree 1 in each variable. So that means that the terms of f will look like 1 and x1 times x2, and so on. There are 2 to the n terms, or 2 to the k. Multilinear extension is the unique multilinear function, like polynomial, that interpolates some values. So we usually talk about the domain like 0, 1, a Boolean hypercube, when talking about multilinear extensions. The sort of process of multilinear interpolation has a very nice structure. It uses these EQ functions, which are kind of like the Lagrange functions in univariate, and they decompose as a product like this, which will be important for how the MLPCS works, and in fact is important for how other MLPCS work as well. Yeah, so this function, if you kind of stare at it for a while, probably convince yourself that when you evaluate it with the x's being all 0 or 1 and the y's being all 0 or 1, you get 1 if the 2 inputs are the same, and 0 if they are different. And to see why, like imagine they're different at some position, then you'll have like in the first term 0 times 1 or 1 times 0, and in the second term you'll have the opposite, and so one of the factors will vanish. And so by interpolation, we mean we can write everything as like a linear combination of the values of the MLE by the EQ functions. So yeah, this is all pretty standard SUMCheck stuff. So what is an MLPCS? It allows a prover to convince a verifier that some committed multilinear extension, when you evaluate it at any point U, gives you a value V. There are lots of different types. So if you've heard of IPA or bulletproofs, that yields essentially a multilinear polynomial commitment scheme. BaseFold is explicitly multilinear polynomial commitment scheme based on Fry. Gemini, linear time KZG based, etc. Some of them have like a natural kind of MLPCS, like I said before, right? There's this way in which a lot of SNARKs fold things by half and like randomly combine the halves. And this is very similar to what SUMCheck does. And so like if you want to do an MLPCS for bulletproofs, it turns out to be like extremely natural. Or Fry is also very natural. This is not the case for KZG. So we have this trade-off. Mercury does sort of both things. Right, okay. So we'll talk about the two existing ways that people do it, because Mercury sort of combines both of them. The constant size multilinear polynomial commitment schemes work by reduction to a univariate SUMCheck, basically. So, like I said, we have our MLE, F hat, and we can write the evaluation claim itself as a sum of products. So that is a SUMCheck. In this case, it's written over the Boolean hypercube. But you can imagine that the EQs and the F hat are actually given as vectors. So there are other types of SUMCheck protocols. Like in the beginning, I said multilinear SUMCheck, but SUMCheck can be defined for univariate polynomials as well. This is like people call the Aurora SUMCheck, where you evaluate at 0. In fact, it can be defined for polynomials over like kind of arbitrary kind of shaped hypercubes. So to get a constant size KZG MLPCS, once we write it like this, as a sum of products, we can use like an inner product protocol, or you just could interpolate the two vectors with polynomials, multiply them, and then do a SUMCheck. Lots of different ways you could do this. We have a protocol in the paper that I think is interesting. It's like, compared to existing inner product protocols, it commits to like half as many values, using an interesting symmetry of the identity, but I won't get into it here. If you look at the paper, it's there. Also, so the encoding that we use is pretty simple to describe. It's on the next slide. You take your values and sort of imagine them as a vector, and you multiply each one by a subsequent power monomial. So the Boolean hypercube, right, is bit strings. It has this sort of canonical ordering, as integers. And so if you do this, it has lots of nice properties. And in particular, when you encode the EQ function like this, it factors. This is the trick that like Halo used, and it's ubiquitous in these kinds of protocols. So that's what I mean by you can avoid committing to the EQs. Okay. So that's the constant size MLPCS. The linear time MLPCS work, like I said, kind of similarly to SUMCheck. There are sort of two, I think, that we think about, Gemini and also zeromorph. They're fairly similar. For technical reasons, Aztec uses a variant of Gemini. So again, we start with MLE and evaluation claim, and this is the encoding that I was talking about before, where you take all of your evaluations and you sort of order them according to the canonical binary hypercube ordering, and you multiply each one by a subsequent power of x. Same encoding. So we want to relate like this encoded univariate to some kind of structure for the MLE. So I write F for the univariate and F hat for the MLE. We have the same evaluation claim as before, but just written out explicitly. We define a sequence of partial evaluations of the MLE. So notice that when you partially evaluate an MLE, you get a new MLE of like a domain of half the size. So you just plug in some U's, and you have the remaining variables. Then we can define a univariate for each of these smaller MLEs. Notice the not having a hat. So this is the identity. I don't work out all the algebra in the slides, but this is sort of the Gemini identity, and I think that's the first place I saw it, but you can take the even coefficients of each univariate and the odd coefficients of each univariate. And this is the same thing as specializing the original MLE to 0 or 1. So if we take a linear combination of those, there's a slight error. I think it should say fi plus 1 of x. Well, I guess it depends how you define it maybe. But in any case, you take the linear combination of the even and the odd coefficients, and it's the same thing as specializing the first variable. So this allows us to relate the univariates, like fi to fi plus 1, in the same way that we related the MLEs by evaluating in the first variable. So this is like a folding operation. And the reason this is useful is because we have a univariate or a univariate PCS. So if we had a commitment to fi, we could evaluate fi even from evaluations of fi. And so we can relate evaluations of each of the folded univariates in this way. In particular, we can link FI-R and FI negative R with FI plus 1 R squared. So this is essentially what Gemini does. From here, it's not too hard to work out the rest of the protocol. You have these like subsequent folds, and you want to check them all at different points. And there's, subtleties, but proceeds naturally. So this is the idea of Mercury. Gemini, we're always folding by a factor of 2. And you see here, I say like FI-R and FI negative R. You imagine that the prover sends evaluations for these to the verifier. So Gemini folds by a factor of 2. It folds log times, and it sends 2 values each time. So the transcript is log sized. If we could fold by a factor larger than 2, we could use fewer rounds, right? If we could fold by a factor of 3, we would send 3 values each time. If we folded by a factor of square root n, we'd send like square root n values in one time, maybe. But like, so concretely, if you were to do this, you might use flonk, which is a way to decompose a polynomial into sort of pieces in like this sort of FFT decomposition. But you'd send 1 value per each piece. So if you fold by a factor of k, you'd send k values. So if we wanted super like constant folding factors, you would increase the proof size. Like I said, if you folded by a factor of square root n, the proof size would then become square root n. So in building a constant size MLPCS, we don't want this. The main trick, I think, that Mercury does is we can fold by a factor of k and only send O of 1 information. Like prover only sends a single, or O of 1 commitments to polynomials, instead of setting k values. And we can prove, like construct this proof in linear time. If we had that primitive, which we do, then we could fold once by a factor of square root n, and then use the slow, like FFT-based MLPCS to check that the folded thing like relates properly. So even though, we're doing something that's n log n, you're applying it to a vector of length square root n, and it doesn't affect the overall running time. It's interesting to note that like we pick square root n because it's optimal for our use case, but you could fold by a factor as small as log n and still get a linear time prover overall. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, but in our case, it's square root n, so it makes sense. Okay, so the way that we do this is not so complicated. I think this slide might be missing like one line, so sorry if that's confusing. But instead of sending k evaluations, so read it back up a little bit. In the Gemini case, we send 2 evaluations at r and negative r, which you can think of as a coset of the degree 2 roots of unity, like 1 and negative 1. This generalizes in Flonk to a coset of the k roots of unity. So you'd send like an evaluation at r, an evaluation at r times omega, r times omega squared, up through k. If you think like some simple like algebra, sending a bunch of evaluations is the same as sending like a polynomial reduced mod a polynomial whose roots are the points evaluations that you care about. And the polynomial whose roots are the k, or like the k root of unity coset of r is x to the k minus r to the k. It's like if you plug in omega times r into this equation, it'll vanish. So instead of sending evaluations, we can send the reduction mod this polynomial. And then from that, you can evaluate it to the points that you care about, because the modulus vanishes. And so this is what we do. We have f, we decompose it, and this is the piece I'm missing. These f sub i's are like the interleaved k order coefficients of f. In the case of k equals 2, f0 would be like the even coefficients and f1 would be the odd coefficients. And so if you reduce mod x to the k minus r to the k, you replace all the x to the k's with r's to the k's, and you get a polynomial of degree k minus 1 as g. So if we could check this congruence of polynomials, then we would be able to check that we sort of folded f by evaluating each piece at an element of the k coset determined by r. That might sound more complicated than it actually is. And we can compute all of this in like, well, yeah. So another like technical point is in Flonk, you need to use r to be a kth residue. This is not the case for Mercury. You can be any value in the field. And so, yeah, that's just the identity I was describing before. If you multiply r with power of kth root of unity. So implicitly here you have this like a quotient, which is multiplying the vanishing polynomial, and you also have g. And in order for the overall protocol to be linear time, we have to show that you can compute both of these quantities in linear time. And it turns out that you can. The intuition is if you take each of the interleaved chunks, each of the f sub i's, and you want to construct a quotient, it's sufficient to consider it as a polynomial of degree n over k and compute the quotient as you normally would, and then interleave the quotients. So it's not so bad. That would take n over k time, and then times k is n time. So this is the overall protocol sketch of Mercury. I've found in the past trying to describe it in words confuses people more than just writing it down first. So hopefully this is clearer than it would have been. We have the same public input as before. We have like our commitment to f, our evaluation point u, and our evaluated result v. And we let b be square root n. This is written sort of parametrically. Like I said, you could let b be log n, or any value from log n up to n over log n. So that's our FFT decomposition I was talking about. You split f into b pieces, and each one will be of degree n over b. This is the like Gemini-style univariate encoding of our MLE. Then you take the evaluation point and split it in half, u prime and u prime prime, which are like the first log b coefficients and the second n over log b, or log of n over b coefficients. If b is square root n, u prime is just the first half and u prime prime is the second half. So we commit to the result of the first folding. So a take linear combination of the pieces by the EQ functions. Then pick a random challenge and commit to the folding of f by that random challenge. So we have two sort of, you could think of it kind of like a commutativity diagram or something. You like go in one way where we fold by the EQs, and then you go in the other way where we fold by alpha. And we want to check that those two things agree. So if we take the folded polynomial g and we do an inner product with the EQ functions, this should be the same as if we take h and evaluate it at alpha. And this is because if you were to, so suppose we evaluate h at alpha, we get each fi to be at alpha times EQ. And if you look at the definition of f, folding by alpha replaces the x to the b by alpha. And then doing an inner product takes the inner product of those values. So it should be the same. This lets us check that h was correctly constructed. And it runs in time like square root n log square root n or something. Then, once we've checked h is correctly constructed, we can do another inner product with the rest of the coefficients. This also runs in square root n log square root n time. So these final two steps are both sublinear. And the only linear step is actually the folding. Concretely, committing to q and then committing to an evaluation of f in order to like reduce all these polynomial identities to a single KZG check are the most expensive parts of the protocol. And that's where we get the factor of 2n, like in the overall work the prover has to do. Everything else is basically like square root sized. So it's all very cheap. Yeah. Let's see. I think that's basically it. It's worth mentioning there's another work that came out like a few days after Mercury called Samaritan, which is like essentially the same construction presented a little differently. And there is a way in which you can sort of think about this like a bivariate sum check. It's maybe not exactly the same, but I think it's an interesting thing to think about and kind of expand upon. But yeah, I think if you're using a multilinear polynomial commitment scheme that's based on KZG, like Gemini or Zeromorph, you should probably consider or just switch to Mercury or Samaritan because the prover is simpler, the verifier is simpler, it's constant size, less randomness. Yeah, so that's it. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Liam. Do we have any questions? Okay, I'll start with one. You mentioned SumCheck has some nice memory efficiency properties. Are they preserved here with the commitment scheme?
I think so. So the SumCheck like memory efficiency properties that I was talking about come from not needing to compute a quotient. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it more. I would assume probably, but I think there's usually a trade-off, especially in like the very low memory SumCheck protocols of like increasing time, so you like would reconstruct the witness. If you did that, I think this would definitely be compatible with that.
Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? No, in which case, thank you very much, Liam. We will now break for lunch, and we'll be back here at 2 for the rest of the talks. Thank you.
Hey, what's up?
All right, everybody, as you're filtering in here, please find a seat. Hello, I'm Alex, and I will be your host for this afternoon for the main stage here. So you'll see me for the rest of the day. And our first talk for the afternoon is instruction set architectures for MPC. And this is from Makara, and she'll be presenting from Stoffel Labs and HashCloak. With that, please give Makara a warm welcome as she comes to the stage to present. Just to make sure this works.
What do I press?
Yeah, give it a click, make sure it works.
Click.
Great.
Okay. Hello. Yeah, it's great to be here. I think I've been to 2 in the past, and at one of them we actually presented Stoffel when it was like internal at HashCloak, but now we've like spun it out into a separate company, and we've been like building it out for quite some time now. So it's like super great to be here. So yeah, today I'll cover what you kind of need to think about when you want to build ISAs and VMs for MPC. So I'll just like set some background first. So today, like there's sort of 2 major things going on in computing in general, like distributed systems. We've kind of like settled on different kinds of architectures and approaches, whilst like this new thing called like programmable privacy is like coming to the forefront. Right. So like what is the state of distributed computing today? We have like the basic client-server model, service-oriented models, blockchains, etc. But they come with like a lot of limitations around like trust boundaries, privacy, centralization risk. And then while that's ongoing, we have programmable privacy that like, kind of solves a lot of the problems that we saw in the previous slide. And the sort of programmable privacy isn't just like one thing. There's like a bunch of different tools that exist to sort of solve it, right? So I think most people here know what zk is, has the most advanced tooling, but it sort of limits what you can do with private data. T tooling is probably also like getting there as well, but there are a lot of concerns around hardware risk, supply chain attacks, and so some people don't feel comfortable storing all of their private data within TEs for those reasons. This FHE that's also like very popular, but it's still very slow. A lot of companies have popped up to just like invent new hardware to like run FHE compute. But we have this thing called MPC that sort of gives you a lot of the same properties as FHE, but is a bit more practical. And so today we'll talk more about MPC is like a programmable privacy primitive today. And then just the state of like computers in general, like how we've been sort of building hardware for computers, right? So most people have a computer in their phone, and it's usually just on a single device, right? Most of it is like based on some form of like x86 architecture, but then there's like newer architectures that are coming out, like RISC-V, and then there's even GPUs that are still just like a singular device. And then there's some that are sort of optimized for distributed compute, like Beam. Has anybody like heard of like Erlang or Beam? That's like optimized to like run on like a single runtime, but like multiple nodes. And then there's some that are even optimized for certain forms of cryptography, like encryption. Like HSMs, like banks use these. But none of these really capture both distributed systems and programmable privacy. And so today we're going to talk about like, how this works in MPC. So just as like a really high level overview of MPC, we'll go into like more details later. It's a way to basically compute a function as a group without like trusting some external party. So you see Stoffel here. Who's the real Stoffel? The function is to determine like who's the imposter or who's the real Stoffel. And it's commonly used in settings where like everybody distrusts each other. And what that means sort of depends on the setting which you're deploying it in. This is very big, but I'll go into like more details later about what exactly we mean by those terms. But just to like set the stage of like, if you want to use MPC today, what you're kind of forced to deal with. As a developer, you might like read some papers, you might encounter the word circuits, but you're not really writing circuit programs for the most part. If you use like a regular general purpose language, you're most likely dealing with like random access machines. But then once you like, go further and really look at what's available to you today, you'll see APIs, you'll see DSLs, And then you're like faced with, the decision to go even further, and then you'll see after that's all academic software to like use more interesting MPC stuff. And so like the state of using MPC is still like very early. Even though this academic software has been existing for a long time, it is deployed to production to a certain extent for a lot of this because like there's a huge demand, but nothing exists really to alleviate that demand. And so like how can you reconcile the way people program today, right? Like any programming language that you use today is based on like this RAB model of computation and not circuits. But there's like a lot of optimizations that you get from running circuits and speed, and how do you sort of reconcile that in this like MPC environment? And the goal of today's talk is to sort of start at like not as close to the hardware, but as close to the hardware as possible, like instruction sets architecture, but that are designed to work with MPC, and to start sort of thinking about how can we make MPC more accessible and performant for developers. Yeah. So quickly, what's an ISA? If you know like a little bit of computer science, it's like the actual like set of instructions that your hardware actually runs. In this case, it's all going to be software. Maybe hopefully in the future we'll get hardware optimized for MPC, but right now it's all software. And then the VM is what actually like implements on top of a ISA, like implements the actual like instructions and how their process takes in a program, etc. So like the main distinction is like one is the specification and one is the implementation. So in more technical terms, so I gave like a very high level overview of MPC before, but this is a bit more specific. So you have a set of end parties that want to compute a function over some input x, but x is not known to any of the parties. And the nice thing that you want out of this is that from each other, you get privacy, right? So concretely in this example, we have 3 Stoffels. Which one is the real Stoffel? Every Stoffel has a set of inputs that they have as proof that they're the real Stoffel, but they don't want to reveal that information to each other because like what if you reveal some information to the fake Stoffel and now he can like pretend to be the real Stoffel? And the way that's done, there's like these different kinds of like security notions for like how to build these sort of kind of fake Stoffel protocols, right? So there's sort of 2 angles over which we define security in MPC, and this defines sort of how you actually do the operations for computing f of x, and it does affect sort of what considerations you want to take into account when designing ISAs for MPC. So quickly, passive just means that like one of the Stoffels here can just like observe everybody going through the protocol, but doesn't actively do anything to stop the protocol from running or some other like malicious behavior. Active just means that one of the Stoffels actively tries to like mess with the operation of trying to determine who the real Stoffel is. And then covert is, which this is not like a great example to show, but maybe one of the Stoffels will like cheat only if they know they can't get caught. In this case, there's only 3 of them, so it'll be obvious like if one of them gets caught. And then there's like over how many, what proportion of the parties are, being honest versus being dishonest, and that affects like how you design these protocols. So in this case, it's only 3. So you can design a protocol for determining who Stoffel is, either by assuming like 2 out of the 3 are honest, or by assuming just like one of them is honest. So the main ways to represent MPC computation in literature is via circuits. So arithmetic circuits, I'm sure everybody is very familiar with this. Binary and garbled circuits, and then mixed circuits where you kind of combine both. So very quickly, arithmetic circuits represent polynomials. You get 2 operations, addition and multiplication. And you mainly operate over like rings and fields. And you can like sort of represent any reasonable like polynomial approximation using this. And it's really great for like linear computation. addition, subtraction, stuff like this. Binary and garbled circuits are more closely like modeled after your regular circuits that you'll see in computers. And instead of having bits, you have like each bit is encrypted. You can do like the regular operations like XOR and AND. And these are really nice for nonlinear computation, like doing conditional assignments and stuff like that. And then there's like this nice thing in MPC that we call mixed circuits that combine both. So you can have MPC programs that are really highly optimized for linear computation. But then when you need to like do some nonlinear computation, you can switch to binary circuits. And when you need to go back to linear computation, you can like switch back to arithmetic circuits. It has like a very high overhead, so it's heavily use case dependent. But for those use cases, it tends to be quite performant compared to just like using a polynomial approximation for an if statement, for example. So fundamentally, the nature of MPC computation is such that you're basically operating over either shares or doing oblivious transfers. And these are like inherently distributed objects that you pass around to other people in your network. And like these objects have specific properties for shares and for like encrypted bits for garbling. Addition is free, and by that we just mean that you don't need to send somebody else something in order to like do A plus B, which is nice. That means like if in your program you need to do an addition, you can just do it yourself, and you don't need to like rely on somebody else. But when it comes to multiplication, now you need to like incur latency, you need to talk to somebody else, especially in the case of like preprocessing protocols. You need to generate preprocessing material and then share that with other people. And then when you need to do a multiplication, engage in a communication protocol. And this all happens over rings and fields. So this like already sort of leads us to trying to think about different sort of instructions or architectures that might be amenable to like the nature of MPC computation. So what makes ISA designed for MPC harder? So the first one is access patterns, right? And then the second one is complex control flow, if statements, loops, functions. And then the last one is that you're inherently in a distributed system. You're no longer on just like one machine. So I'll go into more details. So access patterns I mean by like accessing arrays, data structures that are important. This is what makes like programming pretty powerful. Like one of the things that makes programming pretty powerful. You can store things, you can access them. But in MPC, you can't just access them. You have to consider, like sure, like the elements of this array, they can each have like secret shared elements. But if you reveal what you're accessing, then that gives somebody like a lot of information about what you might be computing, right? So this is like, there are many options for solving this. ORAM and garbled RAM are like the main options. There's also like special purpose protocols for this. One thing that you'll see commonly is also just like leak the access patterns by like saying like, okay, when you need to access an element in an array, you need to reveal it. You can't do any fancy ORAM things. So for the most part, in a lot of ISAs, this is actually like a solved problem because there's like a lot of off-the-shelf options for it. The next one that's also pretty hard to do is control flow. So if statements, branching, for loops, while loops, stuff like that. This is actually pretty hard because if you branch, then that reveals what you're doing, right? If like I can like run a program and look at what it's happening, but I don't have like access to the problem, then I can like say like, oh, okay, most likely that this if statement happened and not that if statement. So in practice, what ends up happening is you need to run both branches in order to not reveal what's happening. And so this is the actual hard part. And different ISAs sort of solve this differently. But the main way that it's solved is by actually just running both branches for the ISA, for the MPC compute. And then the last bit that's also pretty solved, but I think it's kind of underrated, is that you're inherently in a distributed system. what you're building for is like inherently distributed. Like every network device that's participating in MPC network holds a piece of it. It doesn't hold the whole part of like the state of what you're trying to compute. And this is sort of what like distinguishes like MPC from like a lot of the other like programmable privacy primitives, is that you have to design from the perspective of every node is a part of a single runtime, as opposed to every node running their own runtime and then talking to each other. And that's how normal computers sort of work for the most part, is that they each have their own runtime, and then they have to like learn to talk to each other. But the learning part isn't really like learning. It's more that like we design protocols to enable computers to talk to each other. Whereas like here, you just have to do it from scratch and like consider that when you're building the ISA. So general approaches for actually like designing ISAs for MPC that you'll see in the wild. So the most common one is to just take an existing ISA, but then you do CPU emulation within an MPC network. The next one is to like design a custom one and just do whatever you want. And the last one is usually to do some combination of both while trying to like balance the expectations that both like give you. So the first one, which is pretty common actually, is just taking an existing ISA that is like very familiar to you, but then you emulate like every portion of that instruction set within an MPC protocol. And specifically, that means like for a specific ISA, you have a CPU, and the CPU is built up of like different components. So you would specifically take the CPU and implement each of those components as an MPC program. So here I'm just showing off like the flow. Does this do something? Okay, yeah. So this is like the flow of what this would look like. So around here, you get like the actual program from like say MIPS here. Like you write your C program, you target the compilation to a MIPS bytecode, and then you run the MIPS bytecode within like an MPC toolchain. This bit, right, distributed state across MPC parties, that's where you do the computation, the emulation. And you're doing that with a program counter that's also secret shared. So you're doing the step for every like MIPS instruction until the end. And like that incurs like a very large overhead because you clearly have to go through like every instruction and perform like a separate like MPC protocol. Obviously it composes all together, but it's like pretty resource intensive, especially if you have like a real large program. But the nice part is like you don't have to like teach a programmer a new programming language. The next one is basically just invent a new ISA for MPC. And like the world's your oyster here, you can really do whatever. But in general, what you kind of see is that there'll be specific opcodes for operating over specific MPC constructs. So you can like have shares directly as a first-class citizen. You don't need to have your ISA operate over something that's a bit lower level. You can have opcodes that are specific MPC protocols themselves and have them be more expressive over just like being like a load or just an add instruction. It can be like a concrete example can be, it can be like a zero-knowledge proof. There are some MPC protocols that require zero-knowledge proofs, like special purpose zero-knowledge proofs in order to ensure like active security. And instead of like having to re-implement that from scratch as you would in an existing ISA, you can just have an opcode that does that for you. And the nice thing of being able to do this is you can take into account this distributed nature of MPC and ensure that all the machines that implement this ISA only hold part of the state and are able to like directly communicate with each other in order to like do the computation. But then the main downside for this is that like you're inventing a new computer, and so you need like new tooling to make that work. Either like a DSL, adapt existing tooling, whatever it may be, and then like the flow is more or less the same. Where is this cursor thing? Okay. The flow is more or less the same. You have like some DSL or high-level language. It compiles down to some R, but then you execute the instructions as you would expect any computer to execute. You would just expect this to just be faster because you don't necessarily have like a secret shared program counter. And then the last one that's also like becoming more popular is to combine both of the previous approaches. And the main way this is done is that for the existing ISA, you kind of extend like the tooling, but then for the for the custom portion, you just have like base ISA that handles all of the MPC specific tooling. And then you use like special purpose MPC protocols to sort of make sure that between the ISA, not old, but like the off-the-shelf one composes well with the base one. And you still do like CPU emulation over like the existing ISA, but you've like delegated like a lot of the stuff that makes it expensive off to the base ISA. And so you kind of get best of both worlds where you can reuse existing tooling. Obviously you still need to change some stuff, but it's like more amenable to like what people are used to. Yeah. So the implications of this is, yeah, I've said this multiple times, you're getting a new kind of computer. Tool change will need to be adapted in most cases anyway. Most likely, people will make their own set of trade-offs and there'll be like DLSLs for this. I think the last one is like the most interesting implication. When it comes to like speed ups in cryptography, we always think about like better math and better hardware. But in this case, you can get speed ups from sort of translating your problem from a cryptography problem to a compiler optimization problem, which is pretty neat. We don't really do that very often in cryptography, I find. And that means like whenever somebody says MPC is pretty slow, you can say like, no, it's not. You can use compiler optimization theory, which has like, 50 plus years of research. So where are we now? So yeah, ISAs already exist for this. They're just in a state of being academic and like hard to use. So they already exist. There's all sorts of them. These are just the names of papers and software that I've personally used over the years, and Stoffel has like only so much space in his globe. But yeah, there are many others. If you want to learn more, you can just come chat to me after. So yeah, this is the end. Basically, some takeaways. We can make MPC practical today by like designing ISAs that are like production ready to take into account like the way developers program today. There's also a really wide design space for like how you want to go about designing ISAs. And then the last one, which I just said, which is you can use compiler optimization theory to like make MPC much faster and rely less on like just cryptography. So yeah, thank you for listening. If you want a die-cut sticker of Stoffel, come to me after the talk and just tell me a use case of MPC I may not have heard of. And you'll get like a cute little sticker. If you want to learn more about what Stoffel Labs is building, there's a link there, a QR code. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Makara. Challenge accepted on the sticker.
Really
we have time for probably one question. Is anyone in the audience, would anyone in the audience here like to ask a question of Makara based on the talk?
This is what they look like. Really cute sticker.
Okay, I have a question then. So in certain MPC architectures, there's some assumptions around the relative strength of each of the parties. Does that impact how you would design an ISA at all, depending if you had like one very powerful party and then one kind of meant like someone meant to be a client, or is that independent of the ISA and considerations of how you design it?
So in the, so in like the garbled circuit, oh wait, I should be using this, sorry. So for like a lot of the garbled circuit based MPC protocols for which like you're using existing ISA and then you like extend it, they do take into account that like one party is like the garbler and does most of the work. So yeah, I would say the answer to that is yeah.
Thank you. And let's give Makara a round of applause. Okay, next up we have Daniel Kang from UIUC, who's going to be presenting about zkTorch. If we could all please welcome Daniel to the stage. All right, thank you very much. Daniel, floor is yours.
No, it's not.
There we go.
Okay, is this working? Great. Amazing. So I'm Daniel Kang. I'm a professor at UIUC, and today I'll be talking about zkTorch, about how to compile machine learning inference to zero-knowledge proofs via parallel accumulation. But first, unless you've been sleeping under a rock, you will have known that AI is taking over the world. There's new model releases every month. So just actually in the past 6 weeks or so, O3 was announced along with the new version of Gemini 2.5 Pro, which have shown amazing performance in different domains. The issue with a lot of these models, though, is that they often change underneath us. So I'm going to give a concrete example. There have been allegations that the O1 model release, the system card accompanying the model release, did not actually describe the release version of O1. And besides that, just 2 weeks ago, OpenAI released a new version of ChatGPT, which allegedly caused potentially negative consequences to some of their users who are using their platform. And so we have no idea what's really going on underneath the hood with these model providers. So this is one reason why we care about this. I'm going to give you another example, which is the case of medical AI. So let's say I go to a doctor and I get an X-ray and I want to classify my X-ray using a approved model, let's say. Now, here I'm showing the example of, you might imagine that the correct model says one answer, but then someone can hack the system and actually just return a completely different answer. And this is obvious to see, but there's actually lots of examples of instances where model deployers will deploy models, as I said, for example, for ChatGPT, without actually understanding the consequences. And so you might not actually know what model is being run on your own data. And this can be benign. It can also be malicious. And as a model consumer, I have no idea what model or what are the guarantees of the model that was used to produce the result at hand. Now, of course, we're at zkSummit, so this should be obvious to most of the people here that one of the ways that we can resolve some of these tensions is by using zero-knowledge proofs of machine learning model inference. And so I won't go into the details of this in too much depth, but basically, every time you return an inference from a model provider, you can attach a proof of computation saying that I ran, say in this example, an FDA-approved model for the specific, on your specific data. Okay. So that's great, but there is this issue, which is that unfortunately machine learning models are extremely expensive from a computational perspective. And so now we're stuck between this rock and a hard place. You can either have, say, general purpose technologies, but that can prove a wide variety of models, but they're unfortunately extremely slow. Or you can have these custom bespoke protocols, which are unfortunately very specialized and don't actually prove a wide range of models. And in this talk, I'll show how to start to bridge this gap. Okay, but first I'm going to talk about the two axes in the prior work before talking about zkTorch internals, and then some benchmarks and applications if I have time left. Okay, so the first set of techniques that people have used for zkML broadly falls under compiling ML models to general purpose zk circuits. So you take your favorite representation of a circuit or an air or something else. So you can imagine R1CS or say Halo 2 style airs, where you basically take the computation and machine learning model and then write a compiler from that to a general purpose circuit. Now this is obviously general because these circuits are universal, but the issue is that you can have over 100,000 times overheads with general purpose zero-knowledge proofs. And so for small models like, let's say, linear regression or, say, small decision trees, this can actually work just fine. But the problem is, as you get to larger and larger models, which are becoming more prevalent in our lives, I'm sure most of you guys have used ChatGPT or some other form of LLM, this 10,000 times overhead no longer becomes tenable. Okay, so then, oh, nice, formatting issues. So the other approach that people have taken is you can develop custom protocols designed for specific models. And so, for example, here are two such examples in the literature, zkCNN and zkLLM. Now, one of the things I actually want to point out here is that this thing here, GPTJ, is actually an LLM, but by default, zkLLM does not support GPTJ, and this is because of the specific way the protocol is designed. Now, this isn't an inherent limitation. You could extend it, but the point I'm trying to make here is that if you want to prove a variety of different models, the prior work is unfortunately inflexible and cannot support a wider range of models, at least as currently implemented. So the key insight that we leverage to making this more general and also higher performance is that ML models, and this includes a wide range of different ML models that people actually use in practice, consist of a small number of composable computations. I'm sure everyone here has heard of matrix multiplications, but there's also some other things like different nonlinearities that can then be, that if we can prove each of these individually, we can then put together to prove general purpose machine learning models and also a wide range of them. So to support this vision, we built zkTorch, which is both extensible and high performance. The general way this works is that we have some specification of a model, and currently we support Onyx. And we built a compiler which takes this specification and compiles it down to zkTorch layers. And then given these zkTorch layers, we have a transpiler to what we call basic blocks, which I'll describe in detail, but these are basically cryptographic primitives. And then we have the actual prover, which then executes and creates the proof. As far as I'm aware, zkTorch is the first proving system that supports all the MLPerf version 4.1 edge models. And it's about 6 times faster than general purpose zero knowledge proofs on LLMs. We also developed a new parallel accumulation scheme to be succinct and high performance. Okay, so now that I've talked about zero knowledge proofs and MLs in general, and a little bit about the high level of zkTorch, I now want to talk about the internals of zkTorch and how we accomplish this. The first and most important, the first thing that's really important is how we represent the intermediates in a machine learning model. And these are generally called tensors. A tensor is simply a floating point n-dimensional array that is used between layers of a model and also the inputs and the outputs. So roughly speaking, let's say we use ChatGPT as an example. Your text that you give to ChatGPT is turned into actually a floating point tensor, and then is passed through many layers, which produces intermediate tensors before producing the output tensor, which is then turned back into text. So these tensors are fundamental to these machine learning models. So what we do in zkTorch is we take the original tensor, and then we quantize it, and then we KZG commit the tensor along the last axis. So here I'm showing a 2-dimensional array, but you can also imagine n-dimensional arrays where we just simply commit along the last axis. One thing I want to point out actually is that you might be worried about this quantization step. Well, it turns out that a large fraction of machine learning model inference, perhaps, it's hard to get the exact numbers, but perhaps over 95% of it is actually done using quantized weights. So this is actually standard practice today outside of zkML. Okay, so why do we use KZG? Why do we use KZG? Well, KZG easily supports lookups and arithmetic operations. Homomorphic addition is great. If you want to add 2 KZG committed vectors, that's very, very cheap. Okay, so given the tensors, we want to now be able to perform operations over these tensors. And so we selected 20 basic blocks, which support the 61 layers that are necessary to prove the MLPerf v4.1 models. And we have a list here, so they span from arithmetic and Boolean operations. So for example, adding two tensors, as I mentioned. Table lookups for nonlinearities and scaling, implemented using a modified version of CQ. And this is for things like the ReLU nonlinearity, and also for other operations like the softmax, which are critical for modern machine learning. And then we take and then we also support matrix multiplication, shape operations to change the shape of tensors, and then also other things like sorting and max operations, which are used for some of the more specialized models like RetinaNet. One of the key primitives that we use to implement these basic blocks is what we call a poly IOP. And the basic idea is that we know a set of witness polynomials, and we have some relation some relation R, such that the R on these polynomials is equal to a 0. So for example, this R here of this f for a Boolean check, basically to determine if all elements are 0 or 1, can simply be f of 1 times 1 minus f of 1. And you should be able to convince yourself that if this relationship is satisfied, then f, the KZG committed polynomial, is all 0. The coefficients are all 0 or 1. Okay, beyond the Boolean check, which was very simple that I mentioned, our poly IOP enables many different operations. So for example, one of the checks that we use is we have an ordered check, basically to check if a vector is sorted in ascending or descending order. Doesn't really matter here. So let's say we have some input. What we can do is that we compute the difference between the shifted difference using the poly IOP, and then we simply check that all of the differences are positive. And you should also be able to convince yourself that if the difference between consecutive elements in a vector are all positive, then it is, I guess it's technically non-negative, then this should be an increasing vector. Okay, so I talked a little bit about the basic blocks, which is this component here. Now I want to talk about another component of our system, which is the compiler. So operations that are efficient on the GPU are not necessarily efficient in ZK. So for example, this is a nonlinearity that is widely used for LLMs. It's called the Gaussian nonlinearity. And this is how it's implemented on the GPU. You have some input, you take it to some power, you multiply, add, multiply, 10H, add, multiply on the other side, and it gets an output. So you can see here there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 different operations that are required to implement this on the GPU. And this is because the GPU doesn't have this amazing thing, which are these lookup tables. And so instead of computing this, we actually, at the Onyx level, replace using a pattern matching compiler these complex operations with operations that are simple for ZK proving. So this is entirely at the Onyx level. This actually doesn't work at the prover level at this point. Okay, so I've talked about this part and this part. Now I want to talk about the transpiler. So one of the things about ZK is that there are many ways to do the same computation. And here I'm just showing one simple thing, one simple way that you can do two protocols for the same operation, which is matrix multiplication. Now for matrix multiplication, there's a protocol developed by Ariel and Liam, I believe, called zkLin. And in zkLin, you actually need to know one of the matrices, but you can do a very efficient matrix multiplication. But if you don't know the matrix multiplication, we can use another protocol or a variant of another protocol called Aurora to do the matrix multiplication. And the basic idea is that you do a randomized check, and that's the rough intuition. Now, deciding between these two, we need to know if one of these matrices is known ahead of time, and also depending on the size of the matrices and some other factors, which one we want to use. And so here the transpiler decides which of the different implementations of the same operation we select to get high performance. Another important class of operations that the transpiler operates over are these shape operations. Here I'm just showing a list of basically the decision tree for how we decide which shape operation to use. The details here aren't super important. Essentially, there are many ways to basically reshape or transpose or change the shape of a tensor, and which one we want to use depends quite a bit in terms of the generality versus the efficiency trade-off here. And so we want to use the most specialized version, which is generally the highest performance version for shape operations. Okay, so I've talked about our compiler and our transpiler. Now I actually want to talk about the prover, and specifically how we optimize certain parts of the proving stack to both obtain succinctness and also high performance. Okay, so I want to talk about some prior work, which is this idea of proof accumulation. I think that we actually specifically use folding. The general idea is that if you have two proofs, generally speaking, let's just say they're the same operation for the time being, you can accumulate P into A1 to get a proof A2 that basically says that A1 and P are correct, and I have something that's succinct as after doing this. This is a very standard technique in ZK. Why is this important? Well, in zkTorch, we can produce thousands of proofs. And of course, if you produce thousands of proofs, you're going to have a very, very large proof size, which is not desirable. And in fact, in some of our, some large models, I think we can actually produce tens of thousands of proofs. So to resolve this, we extend this prior work by Mira, by Ben Fish and some others, I believe at Yale. And by using accumulation, we can reduce the proof size by over 2,000 times. And this is again because zkTorch can produce thousands of small proofs depending on the specific operations in the machine learning model. All right, so how do we extend Mira? Well, okay, so as far as I'm aware, there aren't really that many settings where you are producing literally tens of thousands of proofs. And so the way that this Mira does things in general is that they do this proof accumulation sequentially. And instead, we can basically do a Merkle accumulation, which is substantially more efficient if you're accumulating thousands and thousands of proofs. Okay, so far I've talked about zkTorch internals. Now I want to move on to some benchmarks. So we evaluated all the models in the MLPerf v1.4 Edge version. And the hardware that we used was this Intel processor with 64 threads and 4 terabytes of memory. The models span from LLMs to CNNs to assorted ones. And here we have RNNs and also this model called Stable Diffusion, which is used for image generation. Here I'm showing the end-to-end performance, including the proving time, the verification time, and the proof size. As we can see, we can prove all these models. The proof times obviously vary. Stable diffusion, for example, is very, very, very large. And so it's obviously more complex. But as we can see here, the verification time is generally relatively low. And that can be reduced further using other tricks like recursive verification. And what I want to show here also is that the proof sizes are also generally low for the size of these ML models. In addition, by using Mira, we can actually produce smaller proofs. So for example, here I'm showing proof sizes for ResNet 50 for Mystique and zkTorch, and I believe actually these smaller models for zkCNN and PVCNN. And so zkTorch has more than 3 times smaller proving sizes, even using a larger CNN compared to prior work. And then finally, I want to point out that our parallel implementation of Mira improves proving time by 6 times, reducing the prover for, say, GPTJ from about 8,000 seconds to about 1,400 seconds. The verification is also substantially reduced as well. Can I get a quick time check? 10 minutes, great, okay. So now I've talked about zero-knowledge proofs in ML, some zkTorch internals and benchmarks. I now want to talk about some potential applications of zkML. Okay, so the first thing I want to talk about is how generative AI works, which is that you have some inputs and you have a prompt for these inputs. For example, I'm showing here Stable Diffusion, where we have the prompt of an astronaut riding a horse, which then generates this image here. One of the fun facts, or not a fun fact, a fun anecdote is that I visited the folks who work on Midjourney, and they actually have something in their office which actually shows the images that are generated live, and you can actually see people playing around with different prompts, especially for work when they want to get something that specifically targets what they have in mind. And so this process of going from a prompt to an image actually is a bit of an art. Now beyond image generation, this is actually also true for LLMs. As it turns out, you have to often do this thing called prompt engineering to achieve high performance using LLMs in different circumstances. So for example, this image here was generated from this fairly long prompt. The prompts can actually even get even longer than this. And let's say I wanted to generate this image. Hopefully, no one is offended by this. I would have no idea how to go about doing this. And so there's a question of how do you actually generate these complex prompts for these images that you want to be able to create from these models. Okay, so this was as of a couple of years ago, but nonetheless, there are these prompt engineering jobs that can pay up to $300,000 a year, so quite valuable. Using zkproof, we can take a prompt and then actually have the output and then have a proof of the computation while hiding the input. And so this is one way that you can imagine actually proving to, say, an employer or someone else that you can actually generate high-quality images or high-quality prompts for LLMs while preserving your IP. Okay, right. So this is prompt engineering, but doing it in a provable way using zero-knowledge proofs. Okay, beyond LLMs and image generation for high performance, I also want to talk about this idea of auditing ML systems. Well, okay, first of all, why do we need audits? Well, there's many reasons. One is that there's this amazing line of work from Shafi Goldwater et al. That shows that you can actually plant undetectable backdoors in ML models, which is quite scary, which basically means that on specific inputs, the ML model can, you can make the ML model output something specific, and this is undetectable from simply looking at the weights. Now, beyond this, I showed earlier in the talk that there were allegations that the O1 model released by OpenAI, the model card accompanying it, was not actually reflective of the actual model that was deployed in production. Okay, so one of the things that zero-knowledge proofs enables is this idea of a trustless audit. And a trustless audit is exactly what it sounds like. I don't need to trust the trainer or the model provider, and I can actually be assured of some properties of this model. So one example is that I can prove that you ran an FDA-regulated model. You can also do something like proving, say, my Twitter timeline is not biased. Okay, so in order to do this, we're going to do two steps. The first is that we're going to first do a proof of training. And in this proof of training, we first commit to the training data in a way that preserves privacy. And then we produce zkSNARKs of the training process itself. Now, obviously, today, this is too expensive to do on, say, an LLM, but you could imagine doing this using fine-tuning in a cost-efficient manner, or you can imagine also doing this on smaller models. Then, if you want to do an audit, you can then write down another function, which is a function over the data and the model weights at the end of training. And you know that these model weights came from this data because you have this proof of training. Okay, so this audit function can be actually quite complex. You can even have an audit function where you run an LLM over the input data itself. So you can do quite complex things like saying, does this input data refer to some sensitive property of a user that I don't want for legal reasons or something else of this form. So yeah, so this you can actually prove that the training data isn't biased, that the model performs well, and basically any other computable property you can prove using this procedure. And I actually want to emphasize this one more time, that this F can be arbitrary, and in fact, using a technique like a system like zkTorch, you can in fact use LLMs as part of your audit, which is I think very powerful and allows you to start to do sort of these arbitrary computations over your input data. Okay, the final application I want to talk about is proof of personhood in a decentralized and trustless manner. So I'm sure everyone has seen deepfakes in some form or another. This is a simple example from Meta. And here we have this, don't go to this website, by the way, ftxcompensation.com. These deepfakes are used by state actors to spread misinformation, tricking businesses into miswiring funds, and also scamming people on the internet. So in order to fight deepfakes, one thing you can do is use this, this thing called a tested camera. And a tested camera, basically you put a trusted an enclave right on the device, say the camera, and you sign all the pixels that come off. So again, this is a well-known technique in the literature. What can you do with this? Well, the first thing you can do is that you can edit images privately. Let's say we have this very sensitive credit card information here. We can then just remove it and then prove that that edit was done honestly. Okay, what does that have to do with deepfakes? Well, one thing I can do with this technology is I can then compose it and then do privacy-preserving biometric authentication. So starting with an attested camera, I can prove that a photo, again, this is all private, was originated from a real camera. I can then perform photo editing, again, using in a completely privacy-preserving way, using a zero-knowledge proof, and then actually run Face ID, again, using a system like zkTorch, and in a completely privacy-preserving way, that I'm a real person while not actually revealing, say, who I actually am. And this can be combined with things like zero-knowledge proofs of, let's say, government-sanctioned identities and other things of this form to really increase trust while preserving anonymity. Beyond that, I gave examples of audits. You can also, for example, audit, say, the Twitter algorithm or other algorithms for providing recommendations to your timeline. Let's skip through that. Okay, so I'm just going to conclude. AI is becoming increasingly important, as I believe everyone is aware. And zero-knowledge proofs provide a method of doing audits over both private models and private data, which I think is very powerful. And we built a system called zkTorch, which is extensible and also high performance. I was hoping to have this open sourced this week, but unfortunately we're going to push it back till next week. So if you want, follow me on Twitter, where we'll announce it. And I also want to briefly announce that Project Veil is hiring. If you want to chat with Jonah about that, he's in the audience over there. And I'm happy to take any questions at this point. Thanks, everyone.
For your transpiler, how many opcodes are going from Onyx? And when you do accumulation, are you paying for all those opcodes per step, like an IVC, or are you doing something more like an IVC where you pay per opcode?
Sorry, I think the echo is unfortunately a bit difficult.
Sorry.
So my understanding of the question is that are we doing accumulation at the Onyx layer level or at some other level? We're actually doing it at the basic block level, and there are actually many Onyx layers that actually get decomposed into many different basic blocks. So it's a bit complex to determine what the relationship is, but we'll be open sourcing it. So if you want to do a deep dive when it comes out next week, happy to help with that.
Cool, thanks.
Hey, thank you for the talk. I noticed when you were talking about the benchmark stuff, you said the specs you were running was 4 terabytes of RAM for generating the proofs. Obviously, that's not feasible for a lot of individual levels, and even if, like, for example, in your example you gave, like, verify that this X-ray was passed through this model, even for like a hospital, that's just not feasible hardware. So, I mean, obviously we want to get to that point, but in the meantime, you would want to delegate that kind of computation to some kind of, third-party prover. Have you considered how, like, you would do privacy preservation in that context for, obviously, delegation?
Yes, the question is that the hardware requirements are quite severe for this work. Are there ways that we can do delegation or other techniques to reduce this? There's a few things to say. The first thing is that purely in terms of memory, you can simply cut this down by doing proving, say, 1 layer at a time. Now, obviously, this would increase the proof size, and you have to also increase the amount of computation because you need to prove that the input, the witness from the previous layer is actually the correct one for the next layer. But there are ways to reduce the total memory consumption. Now, in terms of delegation, I haven't been keeping up to date with the mechanisms that allow you to do proving privacy-preserving delegation, but I'm pretty sure almost everything that we use is fairly standard and can be delegated if you want to do it in a privacy-preserving way. But I'll have to look into some of the specific details around that. We are working on next generation systems which already are giving us 5, 10x speedups over the results I'm showing here. And we're hoping to reduce the hardware requirements even more beyond that.
Thanks.
We got time for one more question before the break, if anyone would like to ask one. Oh, yeah, go for it.
OK, so the question is, why do we choose Mira over...
Sorry, if I can can you just repeat the question for the benefit of the audience?
I've read Mira, so I kind of understand, but I don't think it's obvious. Like, why did you choose Mira over the other folding scheme that are out there?
Yeah, so to answer your question quite directly, it simply supported a bunch of things that we were doing already. So they fold CQ and CQ-Lin. Because that was already built into their protocol, it was just a simple thing for us to extend. There are many different choices of protocol at the different layers, and they actually result in very, very different performance characteristics. We didn't have a chance to look into others, and we're hoping to do this in the future. But as I mentioned, there are some techniques that we're already developing that can reduce the cost by 5 to 10x or more, and we're also looking to reduce the cost even more beyond that. And this is going to require optimization across the whole stack.
All right, let's all give Daniel a hand.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. All right, everyone. We now have a 30-minute break. We'll be coming back here at 15:30. So enjoy your break, and we'll see you guys at 15:30 for a talk from Jeremy Brusel at Risk0. Check, check. Check. Okay, hey everyone. Welcome back from the break. We've got a series now of kind of lightning talks, each of which will be 15 minutes here. So first up we have Jeremy Brustel from RISC-0. Jeremy, please come on up to the stage and let's give Jeremy a hand.
I need a clicker. Is a clicker? There it is. Yeah. Cool. Hey everyone, I am Jeremy Brustel, CEO of RISC-0, and today I'm going to be talking to you about the soon-to-be version of the RISC-0 VM, version 3. So, a little bit about me quickly. I've been programming since, the age 7 on the Apple II, and, have always loved building software, messing with software. I've also always loved math. I love to read a good math paper before bed as something to relax. I'm not a working mathematician. I've never proven anything novel or interesting, but the abstractions from mathematics, I think, inform a lot of what gets done. I am also the co-founder and CEO of RISC-0. And we were the creators of the first sort of RISC-V zkVM. So today I'm going to start by giving you a brief history of sort of the work that we've done in the RISC-0 VM. So long ago, there we go. So many years ago, I think it was probably almost 10 years ago now, I first learned about the existence of ZK. I was reading something about probabilistically checkable proofs, and the idea that you could verify an arbitrarily large computation in 0.1 time sort of blew my mind. And so I was very interested in figuring out how that actually worked and understanding it. And once I understood it, I was really wondering when it would be practical to make something that actually was usable in the real world. One of the limiting factors in my mind on that was being able to do fast recursion. And then with the sort of release of the SNARK paper by Elie Ben-Sasson, I was like, this is coming into practicality. I tried to convince all my friends that this was a good idea to build zero-knowledge proof systems, but the sort of consensus at the time among my sort of hacker friends was that writing a bunch of constraints, polynomial constraints in finite fields was not really programming, and that there would be a lot of difficulty making these things practical. And then over beers, me and my other two co-founders came up with the idea of building a zkVM that was actually based on an existing well-known ISA, the RISC-V ISA, and so we introduced sort of the first, came up with the first idea of the RISC-V zkVM. And basically right after that, I started building a prototype. And we were sort of also the first at the time to use a very small 32-bit field, which was the baby bear field. At the time, Goldilocks was another common field, so we named it baby bear because it was even smaller. And the original version of the RISC-V, which was sort of our pre-incorporation prototype, was very limited. It had represented the constraints in a C++ EDSL. We did a lot of inefficient things like putting the RISC-V registers into the columns of the SNARK. It took 3 rows to do a single instruction. The memory argument was pretty mediocre. And most importantly, it was not possible to run arbitrarily large programs because of the fact that as your program got longer, your SNARK got bigger, and you eventually ran out of memory. That said, it was enough to go get ourselves some funding, which we then parlayed into sort of our RISC-0 VM v1, which is our first production grade sort of VM. We made a bunch of efficiency improvements, including the memory mapped registers, which are common today, and reduced the complexity of doing instruction. One of the big things was we also were the first to sort of introduce the notion of continuations, wherein to run a very large program that takes up many, many cycles, you would actually break the execution into segments, where each segment was, say, 1,000,000 cycles, and then you would prove each of those independently, and then use recursion to glue them all together into a single proof. And what that allowed is to be able to run arbitrarily large computations. And so very shortly after that, we built Zeth, which was the first type 1 ZK EVM. So, and we also we also had to produce a mechanism to do paging, to Merkleize the memory state between each of these segments, which we used originally SHA as our mechanism for that. We built the first GPU acceleration, and as of 1.2, we also introduced this idea of algebraic precompiles, which allows us to do sort of big integer arithmetic. So for quite a while, that was our zkVM. We recently have introduced the V2, and this is really entering into sort of the real-time era. We've actually made massive performance improvements in terms of the amount of time it takes to do verification of Ethereum, or prove the correctness of an Ethereum block. Actually, when I sent these slides in, we were just under 30 seconds, and since then we are now around 20 seconds. So we're very hoping to very quickly get down below the 12-second mark so that we can prove the correctness of an Ethereum block in real time. I think it's worth noting that one of the unique features of our system is that it is the only sort of 100% open source RISC-V zkVM, including the fact that the GPU acceleration is all fully open source as well. And after building circuits a number of times, we ended up deciding that it was better to build sort of a DSL and a compiler for building the circuits. This has a lot of advantages, specifically around the verification. We also just made a lot of just straight performance improvements, reduced the amount of work it takes to do a single instruction, moved to Poseidon-based paging for more efficiency, had a better memory argument. I think one of the key things too is that we are the only zkVM, to my knowledge, that has done some work to formally verify that our circuit is fully deterministic. So people here probably know that one of the biggest sort of causes for soundness bugs in any kind of ZK system is being under-constrained. We've actually proven, in fact, that our circuit is not under-constrained in any way. So at least in that entire class of soundness bugs is ruled out. And we're also working on some interesting work with regard to supporting kernel mode in zkVMs. So mostly I want to talk about, with all that history, Ian, I kind of want to talk about sort of our next big innovation, which is the version of the zkVM that is currently under development, which is the sort of V3. V3 is a fairly major refactor of the way in which we are structuring the circuit. Particularly, we're moving toward this idea of this M3, or multi-set matching, which is a new arithmetization scheme that was pioneered by the folks at Irreducible. And using this, we're going to actually be able to support multiple proving systems for the back end, including both our existing proof system over Baby Bear, but also we're going to be supporting Binius from Irreducible. And we're going to reuse many components of the circuit across those. Now, one of the big advantages of sort of M3 is that it's highly modular, which both simplifies the circuit itself, but also there's a number of places where we're able to use reuse, and we expect that plus the other improvements we're working to give us a major performance boost. Currently, we have some early benchmarks and some back of the envelope that show us that greater than a 10x performance improvement is possible. Obviously, everyone will be excited to see when the thing is working enough to have real numbers, but we're very bullish on this. Let's just talk for a moment about sort of arithmetization in sort of modern zkVM. So going back all the way to the original SNARKs and the notion of arithmetization. Effectively, when you're building a zkVM, typically the idea would be that you are sort of executing over time, and every row in your table that you are committing to is related to previous rows by some sort of set of constraints. And so you're sort of viewing the system as like a digital circuit in some ways operating over the time dimension. And then typically you also, in addition, have needed arguments for doing lookups or for memory arguments. And there's been a movement more towards supporting sort of multiple tables and arguments relating them via sort of a bus or some other kind of memory argument, not only for two purposes. One is for sort of the precompiles that people have been building, and of course we use this for our precompiles, as well as there's been some work in terms of subdividing up the VM itself into sort of multiple components, each of which has its own separate table within the SNARK proof system. But sort of M3's basic notion is to break this down into even finer grained components, wherein effectively you actually make each row of your SNARK tables unrelated to the prior or preceding rows. And instead, you connect them only via sort of this argument, this multi-set sort of mechanism. And the idea is that you do this with this concept of channels, which I'll get into in a little bit more detail in a moment here. But basically, the key here is that you don't have sort of a main trace anymore. You simply have these tables which each have rows. The rows have no relation to other rows within the table. There's no sort of notion of temporality or inter-row relations. Instead, the idea is that each row represents some kind of a logical constraint, and that row sort of interacts with these channels. The channel itself is effectively a tuple that or each channel has sort of a tuple that you can push some value into the channel, and then some other row of a different type or the same type can pull a value from that channel. And the idea is that M3 imposes this sort of channel balance condition where if you push a particular tuple, some other row must pull that tuple, and if there's anything that you ever push without pulling, then the channel balance condition fails, and it fails. So, oh gosh, I'm running a bit behind. So let me run through some really quick things here then. So this simplifies the design quite a bit, and it allows you to break things down into much smaller pieces and have much more natural abstractions, particularly for things that have non-sequential operations like Merkle trees, which I'll go into in a moment. It also allows it makes many things much more trivial row-wise parallelism because there's no relation between rows anymore. And it allows this memoization concept, which I will cover in just a moment here. So really quick example, I'm not going to be able to go into this in as much detail as I was hoping, but basically, if you imagine, say, the paging argument, normally we would have to sort of linearize this. But now what we can actually do is we can make these relations between sort of multiple pages, and basically for each one of these sort of page in nodes, what that is it's a row, and it's basically pulling from a channel the previous Merkle, or one node of the Merkle tree, and it's effectively pushing into that same channel the two nodes that the Merkle that compose that Merkle tree, and there's basically local constraints within each of these things. And by doing this, we're basically allowing to sort of prove the correctness of sort of a graph of constraints rather than some sort of linear set of constraints, which makes the process both much more efficient. Additionally, you can look at, for example, when we're doing a RISC-V instruction, we can actually break down the instruction into sort of multiple different components. So for example, we can move the actual unit that does, say, the multiplication outside of the main instruction processing engine, and we can also, for example, move the instruction decoder outside of the processing engine. And because we can use the ability to push with multiplicity to a channel, we can, for example, reuse the same instruction decoding every time the same instruction appears. So since typically an instruction is executed many times in a loop, we only pay the decoding cost of that instruction once. And by breaking the problem of doing the full VM into much smaller parts that are connected via these channels, we're able to sort of get a lot more reuse and duplication. So this also gives us the ability to build sort of something that works across multiple proof systems. And I wanted to kind of cover really briefly how that's done. So effectively, the idea is that once you have this model, each of the individual tables becomes much simpler, and you can actually use the same logical set of blocks and channels, but with different concrete representations across multiple proof systems. So in this case, we may actually use different encodings for what's the tuples that go over the channels between, say, baby bear and binary fields. And we, in fact, arithmetize each component separately. So if we have, say, a 32-bit multiplier, the way that we build a 32-bit multiplier in baby bear is very different from the way we build it in Binius. However, logically they're doing the same thing. And so what that means is that we can use logically the same circuit across multiple different proof systems. And while it does require arithmetization of each of the components, they're much smaller, and more importantly, much of the sort of high-level work in terms of how do you do pre-flight, how do you do early parts of WitGen, much of that can be reused. And so both the design of the circuit as a whole, as well as much of the implementation can be shared across the proof systems. All right, so I think I'm out of time. So any questions?
Sadly, we do not have time for any questions for Jeremy, but let's give Jeremy a big hand for this talk.
Sorry, I kind of needed a timer, I guess.
I'll get it. No worries. Okay, so next up we have Yisun from Axiom as our next lightning talk speaker. Let's please welcome him to the stage.
Testing. Should I start? Cool. Yeah. So, hey, my name's Yi. I'm here to talk about OpenVM. And so I think I can skip this slide given Jeremy's talk right before. But OpenVM is a zkVM framework. And the main impetus for OpenVM is this trade-off between performance and usability of current zkVMs that occurs primarily at the ISA level. So I think broadly there are two types of zkVMs today. I would say some use a zk adapted ISA, things like Cairo or Velita, where they've created an entirely new ISA, which is tailored for the performance characteristics of zk. Now, the advantage of this is that it's going to be much faster if you're able to pair your ISA to the actual proving you're doing. But the problem is all programs need to be rewritten to run on this ISA, which is a challenge from an engineering perspective and a security perspective. Now, the other approach, which Jeremy was speaking about, is to use an ISA which appears in an existing processor. And this has the very big advantage that you can use existing compiler toolchains, but it can impose some performance overhead because RISC-V is not designed to be proven in zk. And what's common between both of these choices is that the VM is committing to a fixed choice of ISA. And so with OpenVM, our design philosophy is to try to remove this trade-off between performance and usability of the VM by introducing a modular approach to putting together a zkVM. And so what is OpenVM? It's really a framework for constructing zkVMs that is modular and designed for customization and extensibility. So it can prove arbitrary Rust programs. It's fully modular around a concept of VM extensions. And it all rests upon a new type of zkVM architecture we're calling the no CPU architecture. So first, let me tell you what OpenVM can do today. As I mentioned, as a developer using OpenVM, you can construct your own modular ISA using a concept we're calling a VM extension. An extension is a set of opcodes that's able to interoperate with opcodes from other extensions over a set of common address spaces. So these address spaces can be typed, meaning we can have address spaces for RISC-V format memory, or address spaces which are natively in the native field, which is particularly useful for recursion. So OpenVM ships with a default set of extensions covering RISC-V support, recursion support, and all common precompiles which occur in proving Ethereum blocks. However, the design of OpenVM is fundamentally extension first, meaning the framework itself does not commit to any particular extension, and all functionality is implemented through extensions that live on an equal basis to extensions that you could yourself add to OpenVM. In particular, it's possible for developers to write and add their own OpenVM extensions without forking or modifying the core library. One thing this allows us to do is to accelerate performance for particular workloads with custom VM extensions. So for the recursion part of OpenVM, we applied this technique to heavily optimize the recursion circuits. And we recently worked with Powder Labs to create an POC to automatically synthesize extensions based on user programs. And one thing to note is that these extensions created by Powder are able to interoperate with user programs without any modification to the core OpenVM libraries. So another possibility that the modular approach opens up is to support multiple tool chains over the same backend. So today, we support Rust toolchain by building to RV32. And we also support a toolchain that's more adapted for native recursion. Both the Rust and native toolchains build to an OpenVM program binary, after which we have a uniform process of turning them into SNARK proofs, applying recursion, and ending up with a proof verifiable efficiently on the EVM. And so in particular, on both tool chains, we support arbitrary unbounded execution. So how does this work? Now, the key design consideration we had was to not be skeuomorphic to existing processor architectures when we're building the ZK VM. And the reason is that obviously the constraints of ZK are quite different from the constraints of physical hardware. And the one thing we realized is that existing ZK VMs have a central CPU trace, where essentially every opcode in the VM must be processed in this trace. And as a result, there's a centralizing effect in that this circuit needs to know about all the opcodes and process all of them. And typically, this will be the largest trace in any segment of a VM. So in OpenVM, we're introducing what we're calling a no CPU architecture. What that means is that there is no single chip in the OpenVM circuits that knows about all the opcodes. And so instead, the execution consistency of the VM is just spread out around different components, each of which only apply to one set of opcodes. So this has two advantages. First, it just removes a lot of cells from the trace, allowing for faster proving. But probably more importantly, it allows us to create modularity at the ISA level. If you want to add more opcodes to the VM, you simply create a chip that plays well with the other chips and conforms to the API interface. And in particular, because the central CPU circuit doesn't need to know about any other opcodes, you don't need to fork the core library. Another feature that we've added is the ability to handle variable word sizes in memory. So in existing ZK VMs, typically there's a fixed word size that's applied across all of memory. That's similar to how in a physical processor, of course, physical RAM has a word size. And so what that means is if you're running an operation that's accessing larger blocks of contiguous RAM, then you'll typically use multiple memory accesses. So in OpenVM, we actually introduce offline memory checking with a variable word size. So we allow block sizes between 1 and 32. And in particular, if you write a block of size 32, you can directly read it without breaking it up into blocks of size 1. Behind the hood, we convert between these blocks with length adapters if you happen to write a larger block and read a smaller component of that block later. And so the consequence is that when you're adding different chips into the system, you don't need to keep a uniform word size. You can create chips with the block sizes that make sense for your application, and behind the scenes, the framework will convert between them for you. And finally, we're able to handle proving unbounded programs via a continuations approach. So we separate a large execution into different segments, prove them independently, and then apply a recursion program all the way to an EVM verifiable proof. One thing to note is that we're able to flexibly and configurably change the degree of the recursion, as well as the configuration of the VM in the recursion without modifying the final verifier. All of those can be done dynamically in the recursion. So let me just tell you concretely what OpenVM can do today. So we're able to prove Ethereum mainnet blocks. Currently, we have a CPU prover. And on a range of 1,000 recent blocks, we're able to prove in 8 minutes average for close to 0.1 cents per transaction. If parallelized, we're projecting around 90 seconds parallel. We just went live on Scroll mainnet last month, and they were able to see a number of the benefits of actually using a ZK VM instead of using handwritten ZK circuits they had previously. And I want to say that we're continually working on the performance. So to give you a sense on the progression over time, we released the first public version of OpenVM in December. So that actually already had on-chain verification. And as you can see, in the last couple months, we've been able to improve both the cost and latency of proving quite a bit. These graphs show our progression on block 21 million. So as of the latest benchmarks, which are a bit more recent than the average sample, we're able to prove that in a little over 6 minutes on a single CPU machine. So in the next couple months, we're going to continue to optimize and add features for OpenVM. To talk through a couple of the highlights, first, we are building a GPU prover to further accelerate proving and working on making our execution and trace gen zero copy. Secondly, on the ISA front, one thing we think is really exciting about the modular approach is to add support for different ISAs like RV64 and WebAssembly while maintaining uniformity on the VM backend. Secondly, we think it's interesting to keep pushing this program-specific precompile direction to really enable developers to accelerate a zkVM for their specific workload. And finally, we're building out a hosted API for OpenVM to allow developers to try out proving on OpenVM and deploy to production on Axiom's hosted cloud infrastructure. So if you want to find out more about OpenVM, you can check out our developer book or the codebase. And if you're interested in getting support from Axiom on implementing OpenVM in your application, you can fill out a form we have at our website. So I think we have time for a couple questions.
Yeah, we got about 2 minutes for any questions for Yi.
Yeah, I really like this slide on when you were comparing the Rust, you write in Rust, and then at the very end you have this EVM verifier. I just wanted to understand, how does that compare to things like RISC-0 from an app developer or a developer point of view? Like, what should I be considering in terms of trade-offs? What do I get here? I don't get here.
Yeah, I would say the developer experience at a high level is pretty similar. You write in Rust and you get an EVM proof. I think the zkVM trade-off space is quite high dimensional. So I think there are a number of places where we do differ. In terms of the VM architecture, I think it's pretty different. Jeremy would be the person to talk to you about that. On the EVM verifier, we don't use Groth16. We actually use a Halo 2 verifier that does not have a circuit-specific trusted setup. In terms of the way we handle VM extensions in Rust, it is actually quite different to RISC-0. So RISC-0, I believe, uses eCall to do syscalls for precompiles. We use Rust intrinsics and kernels to call out to actually new opcodes that we're embedding in the RISC-V ELF. So this is parallel to how Rust handles SIMD intrinsics and calls to GPU kernels. So one feature that this enables is the kernels are allowed to not just run a single instruction that reads and writes to RISC-V memory, but actually operate on an address space that is not RISC-V typed. And so this enables us to have a feature to recursively verify an OpenVM proof from within an OpenVM program. I'm sure there are many other differences, but I just want to call out some highlights.
All right, I think we're about at time. Thank you for the question, and let's give a hand to Yi up here for the talk.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Okay, next up we have Michael Zhu from A16Z Crypto. He's going to be talking about lasso and jolt, or twist and shout, or some combination of those verbs, / noun. I guess there's one noun in there. Let's give a round of applause to Michael, please.
Hi everyone, I'm Michael. I'm a research engineer at A16Z Crypto, and today I'll be talking about twist and shout, 2 new memory checking techniques authored by Srinivas Sethi and Justin Thaler, and how they fit into the Jolt roadmap. Oh, I realize I don't have the clicker.
Okay. You looking for the clicker? Yep, sorry. Table.
Some quick disclosures I'm obligated to include here. Yeah, so what is Jolt? Fortunately, I was preceded by 2 other talks about zkVMs, so I don't have to explain what that is. But what sets Jolt apart from its peers is that it's uniquely designed around sumcheck and lookup arguments, hence the backronym just one lookup table. This makes Jolt fast and relatively simple. It achieves state-of-the-art performance on CPU, and we have GPU acceleration in progress. And by minimizing the amount of low-level circuit code that's written, it makes it easier to audit and formally verify. So to make the simplicity point concrete, so this is basically all the verifier needs to know for the RISC-V less than instruction. Put another way, you can kind of think of this as the marginal audit surface of one instruction in Jolt. As you can see, it's just a handful of lines of regular Rust, no low-level circuitry required. Pictorially, this is roughly what the Jolt architecture looks like. So in the center, we have this small R1CS instance, which we prove using Spartan. And it serves as sort of the glue between the other components in Jolt. So we perform lookups into the bytecode, fetching each instruction based on the current program counter. We prove that using the lasso lookup argument currently. Similarly, we do instruction execution using lookups. And for read-write memory, we use the SPICE memory checking argument. So we use that for both registers and loads and stores to RAM. So now with twist and shout, this high-level architecture remains the same. We're just swapping out SPICE for twist as the memory checking argument, and lasso for shout as the lookup argument. In a bit more detail, what are twist and shout? So twist is a new read-write memory checking technique, while shout is a new read-only memory checking technique, or also known as a lookup argument. What makes them unique is that they don't require any permutation checks, so that means no grand products, no Reed-Solomon fingerprinting, no multi-set hashing required. All you need is some check. They use large but sparse polynomials, leveraging the fact that zeros are basically free for the prover as long as you use an elliptic curve-based commitment scheme. And this results in a faster prover and shorter proofs. We'll see some preliminary performance numbers in a later slide. At a more philosophical level, we see that this, with twist and shout, the prover cost profile kind of starts to converge towards more hardware-like performance characteristics. Specifically, we see that register accesses are faster to prove than RAM accesses, and that memory accesses are also faster with more memory locality. So now I'm going to give a very high-level sketch of what I see as the key insight of shout, the so-called method of one-hot addressing. So here we have a lookup table val. And for each access, we're going to represent the query as this one-hot vector. So if 3 is the element being accessed, we have a 1 at that index and zeros everywhere else. Here, RA stands for read address, RV stands for read value, which contains the lookup output at each step. So in the next step, we're accessing this 8, and then that 1, and then this 1. And so with these RA and RV polynomials, we have this very nice sum-checkable expression here, which conceptually all it's saying is that the value read at time step t is given by the index that was accessed and the value of the lookup table at that index. And this is nice because RA is extremely efficient to commit to, given that it's all zeros and ones. In fact, you're only committing to 1 bit per cycle, basically. And also, this sum check is efficiently provable using some techniques described in the twist and shout paper. One caveat here is that we still need to prove that RA is indeed one hot, but for that, I'll again defer the details to the paper. Now, for a high-level sketch of twist, or rather the key insight of twist, which is the method of increments. So now, instead of a static lookup table val, we have val, which can be both read from and written to. So you can think of these as like 8 registers, initialized to all zeros here. And so every time we write to one of these registers, we're going to represent that as, instead of the write value, the increment, or delta. So here we're incrementing that register by 8. And then at the next cycle, we're going to increment this other register by 3. And then we're going to decrement that 8 by 2, giving us 6 in that register. And once again, this gives us a very nice sum check expression here. Conceptually, all this is saying is the value in register k at time step t is given by the sum of the increments for that register up to that time step t. So here, the LT polynomial is basically just the multilinear extension encoding that bit of pseudocode, which is if t prime is less than t, it's 1, otherwise it's 0. So for an example here, val of 5, 2 is just the sum of those two increments. And similarly, val of 3, 3 is the sum of those 3 increments. Right, so everyone's favorite topic, performance. So with the caveat that these numbers are based on some preliminary benchmarking in a still work in progress branch in the Jolt repo. Specifically, this branch does not yet integrate a polynomial commitment scheme, so we're just comparing sum checks to sum checks here. So sum checks before twist and shout and sum checks after twist and shout. So we can expect these numbers to shift around a little bit, but this is giving a rough idea of what to expect. In terms of proof size, we see that the Jolt proofs go from about 240 kilobytes down to 45 kilobytes, which is a 5.3x reduction. Prover time, the big headline number here is that instruction execution lookups get 7.3 times faster using shout instead of lasso. We see about 2.6x reduction in prover time for read-write memory and bytecode lookups. And sort of incidentally, we got a 2.2x speed up on Spartan. This is due to the fact that we were able to eliminate some of the R1CS inputs and constraints when moving to twist and shout. And the Jolt prover also uses about 3.3 times less memory at peak. And all this is with more optimizations still in progress. So what's next for Jolt after twist and shout? The main thing on our minds is streaming, which is a method of controlling prover memory usage without relying on SNARK recursion. So currently the Jolt prover uses memory that scales linearly with the length of the execution trace being proven. And other ZK VMs, as you may have just seen in the previous talks, address this using continuations, which is basically breaking the trace into chunks or shards, proving each shard, and then recursively proving those. We're pursuing an alternative approach based on streaming algorithms. In the interest of time, I'm going to zoom through this a little bit. So this is roughly what continuations look like. And compare that to streaming, where we're going to make a sort of streaming pass over the execution trace, or rather multiple passes, generating the trace sort of on the fly, so that we only have to keep a small portion of the trace in memory at any given point. And there are some ways to speed this up. For example, we can take some checkpoints of the VM state on the first serial pass in generating the trace, and then in subsequent passes, we can generate the trace in parallel. So the benefits of the streaming approach, first and foremost, is simplicity and security. So no SNARK recursion means that there's no need to implement the verifier as a circuit. There's no need to introduce some sort of recursion VM or other proof system. And also, the security of SNARK recursion is thought to be on sort of shakier theoretical footing than non-recursive SNARKs. In terms of performance, we avoid the potentially costly SNARK recursion step. And also, specifically for twist and shout, we expect the prover to perform best on larger trace lengths. So we don't necessarily want to break the trace into small shards as we would do with continuations. And finally, while we're excited about this streaming approach, we acknowledge that there are certain benefits of the continuations approach as well. So it's important to note that streaming is also complementary with continuations. So eventually, we hope to get the best of both worlds. And that's all I have. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
I've got the mic if anyone would like to ask Michael a question. Do we have any questions for Michael? All right.
In Lasso, it was required that it was MLE structured and decomposable. Do you know if in the new work it still needs both of those things?
Sorry, I missed part of that question.
Yeah. So in the original Lasso paper, or the original Joel paper, the arguments you were doing need to be MLE structured and also decomposable. If there weren't those two things, you couldn't use it anymore. With this newer work, do you know if you still need both of those things, or is it just one? Like, can you not have the decomposability property?
Yeah, so the lookup tables still need to be MLE structured. And there's also a notion of decomposability similar, but not exactly the same as Lasso. It's this something called prefix-suffix decomposability, which is described in, actually not the twist and shout paper, but a different paper proving CPU executions in small space.
Awesome. Do we have any more questions? One more.
You had mentioned there's some advantages to twist and shout if the system is instantiated over an elliptic curve-based commitment scheme. To what extent could you apply these to a non-homomorphic commitment scheme?
To a non-homomorphic commitment, yeah. Okay, so the main property out of elliptic curve-based commitment schemes that we need, well, one of the main properties is that zeros are free to commit to. So as you can see, like the RA polynomial here is mostly zeros. So that's the main one. In terms of homomorphism, I think you could get away without. We're actually not committing to that many polynomials total. I think it's something on the order of like 16 or 18. So you'd be paying like that constant factor of overhead on the proofs, but yeah, currently we're just looking at using elliptic curve-based commitment schemes.
Awesome. We have time for one more question if anyone else has a question. All right, let's give Michael a hand. Oh. Thank you, Michael. Awesome. All right, we've got one last talk here for the kind of lightning talks round. This is actually two speakers. Howard Wu and Alessandro Coglio are going to be speaking about formally verifying a zkVM. So with that, please welcome them to the stage. And fortunately, we have two mics, so.
See you too.
Thank you very much. Slides are here.
Okay. Sweet. All right, hi. My name is Howard, and this is Alessandro. We work together. And today, my talk is going to be on formally verifying a zkVM. For those of you who may be new to the field, I wanted to start by talking about what formal verification itself means and what it aims to achieve. Behind every formal verification system starts with a formal verification expert, like Alessandro. And what the formal verification expert is trying to do is to construct, using a theorem prover, a model, a representation, a concept of the system that is being studied, and pursuing properties that you would like to test for and check against to give yourself strong mathematical guarantees of soundness. Now, this can be applied in many different forms. I think many times you can break it down into two forms, hardware-based systems and software-based systems. The requirements can sometimes differ in terms of what you're trying to look for in each, but the end goal is always the same. And for instance, in a hardware-based system, you might be trying to check for the correctness of a flow of, say, a RISC-V chip and one of its opcode sequence, and the way that it processes is being performed correctly. And that's kind of one example of a form of verification in the hardware sense. On the software side of things, oftentimes you're trying to check for some form of completeness or soundness about a piece of a code or a behavior of code. For instance, if you have a compiler and you want to write a new pass in your compiler, you want to make sure that under all circumstances or all inputs that this pass will behave in the expected form or pattern there. And so this is kind of a way to really try and mathematicalize and formalize your notion of what you're building. So as I've mentioned, there's a correctness property here. This is what you're really testing for, and that property is effectively what you're trying to evaluate on. Now, based on what the theorem prover says, you can get one of two possible outputs. One could be a green check that says, hey, this proof of theorem is correct. But it's more nuanced than that. It's not just a simple green check. There's honestly much more to it. You want to really dive in and understand what it is that it checked and to what level and to kind of what extent the check was complete. But I think one thing that's worth noting here is that this type of a check, this type of a guarantee is much stronger than many other techniques that you may have heard of. Some of you may have heard of, for example, fuzzing, where you run a fuzzer and you have it kind of give just a random set of inputs, random in, random out, and you let it run overnight, or you let it run for a week. And you give yourself some level of assurance with fuzzers that the system behaves as intended. However, what makes formal verification so much more powerful, and why this proof becomes even more powerful, is that you have a much higher assurance than this type of fuzz testing. So you can now address cases that are really sampling for all types of integers, or for all types of variables, for all types of circumstances, and that gives you a strong assurance. It can also be used to justify complex optimizations and also suggest new optimizations. So for example, for those of you who have dabbled a bit in formal verification, you may be aware that if you're trying to formally verify an R1CS circuit, oftentimes you might actually realize by running this that, yes, my circuit is constrained correctly, but I actually have over-constrained, and I can actually reduce some of my constraints. And these models are actually quite useful with the eye and interpretation of a formal verification expert to identify that. Now, on the contrary, let's say that the theorem prover errors out, it fails. What do you do then? Well, unlike how many of the talks here on ZK proofs have gone, it's not just the simple false. Like it's not just going to come out and be like, it's a little more nuanced than that. You have to go through and actually parse and understand, again, with an expert, why the proof itself is not working. And this process of discovery is actually how you go to kind of remedy and find the bugs in the original implementation. In the process of discovering this with a formal verification expert, you tend to reveal and find new bugs. And so that effectively is an overview of how formal verification works as a system here. Now, myself and Alessandro and many of our team members who are here today, we all work on a blockchain called Aleo. And some of you have heard of it, some of you haven't. I thought it'd be useful to talk about formal verification in the context of a blockchain like Aleo. Why? Because Aleo is a zk VM. And just to help paint the picture for you, I often like to use this graph of programmability and privacy, where Bitcoin is quite low on both. It's just a coin, and it's pseudo-anonymous, right? So it's not fully private. Ethereum said, let's take that idea and add some programming to it. And so you ended up with high programmability. Zcash said, let's go the other direction and extend Bitcoin to offer full privacy, so extending that pseudo-anonymity into full anonymity. And now there's this upper right-hand quadrant of saying, well, what if you could achieve that full level of privacy, but also have the programmability of Ethereum, aka private smart contracts? That's the holy grail. That's the kind of goal that we wanted to build and achieve with Aleo. And so this graph is meant to illustrate that. Now, based on what I just described, you can probably imagine that there is a myriad of potential risks in building a system like this, because you are now building a general purpose VM that is being proven mathematically using zero knowledge proofs, using circuits and constraints under the hood. And so to really give you the level of assurance that this is working and this works, especially with privacy, you want something like formal verification. And so to give you a sense of all the parts where things could go wrong, this is an illustration of the actual dev flow, of the actual user flow from top to bottom. User comes, provides some Leo code. Alongside it, they provide some public and some private inputs. That then gets operated on and run via dev tools. Specifically, the program is compiled into AVM bytecode, and you get out these public and private outputs, and you get out this zero-knowledge proof, this proof of an off-chain execution. You've ran your code, your smart contract code off-chain. And in addition, your contract might say, hey, in order for me to finish, I need to settle on-chain. And when you go to settle on-chain, there's some settlement logic that you need to finalize as well before it fully lands in a block. And so this is kind of every arrow that was illustrated here is a potential point of failure. And so we wanted to formally verify as much of this as possible. And yeah, more so once you've done all that, then you need to submit it to the blockchain, right? So the AVM bytecode on the left gets sent via a deployment transaction. It's like deploying your contract on any blockchain. And then over here, you have the verify and the execute pieces. So you need to verify the proof of your off-chain computations. And to settle, you have to run a small bit of code for settlement. And that's this execute piece, which, again, lands in a block. So you may be wondering why apply formal verification to Aleo. Well, I've already started to prime you and give you some of the answers. But to make it very concrete, bugs in blockchain software can lead to, for instance, the creation or destruction of currency. And as we all can agree, the soundness of your money minting system is pretty important. I see some thumbs up there. But even more so, we're talking about a chain that actually is going to offer users privacy in their accounts on-chain for the first time. And so for their program privacy and for their program data, they may not want to make it available and revealed to everybody. And so a loss of data privacy or integrity would also be detrimental to a system like this. And for the cryptographers in the room, I think you can also come to understand that a lot of teams, especially in this room, are working on new zk circuits. There's I hear and see new circuits being built day in, day out. And under-constrained bugs can be particularly pernicious. You may ask, what are under-constrained bugs? This is a bug where you expected the adder to take in two variables, x and y, and spit out the value z, being the sum of x and y. But maybe you forgot to think about overflow and underflow behaviors to make it safe. In that case, you would have under-constrained because you didn't provide the necessary checks, the value checks and balance checks to reflect for the case of when that happens. And so these are the types of models that you tend to run into and tend to get caught fairly quickly when you're using a formal verification a method to kind of formally prove the correctness of that circuit. So that is kind of what under constraint means. Now you can fool a verifier to accept the fake zk proof then with that technique. If that overflow bug exists, I could exploit that and then convince someone that I actually had all this money when I didn't have all this money. That would be very bad. But I think the bigger problem, and as many of you know, is that as an industry, a lot of teams in zk are moving fast and shipping fast. And these are bugs that are very hard to test for. And to make sure that you actually catch these bugs, there's very few techniques that get you that strong level of assurance. We alluded to fuzzing, but in reality, formal verification is probably the most surefire way that we know of today to actually detect these types of issues here. And so formal verification can prevent that. And in order to demonstrate that, I'd like to hand it over to Alessandro for him to walk you through a few examples of how formal verification applies in Aleo. I think you have a mic. Here's the clicker though.
All right. Can you hear me? Yes, good. So formal verification can apply to different parts of the Aleo ecosystem. Here's a notional flow, let's say, of data. One writes an Aleo application, uses development tools to build transactions that include zero-knowledge proofs, finalization code, etc. And that gets deployed to the Aleo blockchain. So there's a lot of components here where you can apply formal verification. One is to check application properties of Leo programs. For example, is the program secure? Is it leaking information? Is it doing the right thing? things like that. Development tools, they do compilation of chain execution, zero-knowledge proof generation. So do they do that correctly? So do they preserve the semantics of the Leo application, which is what the user is writing things, the smart contracts in? And also in the blockchain itself, there is a consensus layer to organize the transactions into blocks. There's the mechanics of zero-knowledge proof verification, on-chain execution, and so on. And those, for example, for consensus, we want to show liveness and safety properties. For zero-knowledge proof verification, on-chain execution, we want to show correctness. Is it doing the right thing? So that's where it applies. So to date, we have applied these techniques to some of the components. And so initially, we worked on the Leo language. We formalized its syntax and semantics. It was for an early version, so we need to update it. But it was complete at the time. And we also developed a tool to generate theorems every time the compiler runs for just the initial phases of the compilation, so like parsing and what we call canonicalization. And we did find bugs in the parser in that way, so that was useful. Later we moved to the zero-knowledge circuits that Howard was describing. So what we did is formalizations and verification of a good number of the operations of the circuits in our blockchain that implement operations. And we did find both bugs and optimizations in the process. More recently, we worked on the consensus layer, the BFT, Alio BFT protocol. We formalized the protocol, verified the main property, which is blockchain non-forking, and we are extending it towards other properties. And we also found some bugs and some optimizations. So let me give you some details about the last two, the circuits and the BFT. So here's a super simple example of a circuit, which is in R1CS, because that's what we use. What does it do? It's a division. The X and Y are the inputs and outputs, and Z is the output, it is the quotient if Y is not 0. Otherwise, it's an error. So for this, we want to prove two properties for this kind of circuits. One is soundness, which says that every solution to the constraints corresponds to a non-erroneous computation. And the other property, the converse, is completeness. So for every non-erroneous computation, there is a solution to the constraints. So another super simple example of a circuit that is actually wrong is the one for positive square root. If you write the circuit like that, it's under constraint. That's what Howard mentioned before, which is a problem. So we try, because it allows a negative root. So we cannot prove soundness, it does not hold, and when we do the proof, we discover why. Oh yeah, because there's another solution. Incidentally, completeness still holds, but you need both. Now, briefly, hopefully it gives you the flavor. The circuits are more complicated, the ones that we did, but this is a simple example. So the consensus protocol here, there's a number of validators. Some are correct, some are faulty. The red one is faulty. They achieve consensus, and our protocol starts from the existing Narwhal protocol, which serves to partially order transactions into a DAG. If you can see the top parts of the green boxes, there are little DAGs, that's what they agree on. And then there's the Bullshark protocol, which locally linearizes the DAGs into blockchains, and that's the lower part. You see the little blockchains there. But then we made some significant, the whole team, Alio and Provable, made significant extensions, which was, one is that the validators are dynamic, so they can change potentially at every block, even though usually they don't, but they could. Also, we use stake and not just numbers of validators. And then there's also a phase of syncing. When a validator comes up, it has to sync, and there's some subtle issues there for correctness. So what we did here is that we formalized the protocol as a label state transition system, like an infinite state machine, and we proved properties, mostly in the form of invariants, which say that the invariant holds initial state and is preserved in every state. The main thing we proved, which involved quite a bit of work, was to show that the blockchains never fork. So essentially, if you have two correct validators, they have their own copy of the blockchain. So sometimes they have the same blockchain, that's fine. That's perfectly good. One may be a little ahead, that's okay, that can happen, but they cannot be incompatibly ahead of each other, so they need to, so that would be wrong. And so we proved that for every reachable state from the initial state, you will never end up in a state where they have forked. So blockchains never fork. That's the formula, just if you're interested. More information, there are some papers. If you want to take a picture, you can go on my webpage, just look up my name, and you'll see it there. And with that, I will give the mic back to Howard, who has a call to action.
I think we're out of time. I think as a just finishing thought for those who are interested to give this a try, there's the Leo Playground. It's play.leo-lang.org. Obviously, Aleo is at aleo.org, and Provable, which is the Aleo Labs company, is at provable.com. Go check out our Twitter as well. But with that, I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
It's good, man. All right, so this was our final lightning talk for the session here. So we now have a 30-minute break with 2 talks to follow. So go grab a coffee, use the restroom, and then we'll see you back here in 30 minutes to finish up the day. program. You got 30 minutes. I'll give you a 5 minute.
But I always speak slower when I come, so yeah.
Would you like me to give you a 10-minute and a 5-minute? I'm happy
Yeah,
to.
if you can.
I'll give you a 10 and a 5.
You'll be right here.
I'll be in the back, and then I'll kind of walk forward and give you like 10 and 5. All right. All right, everybody. Let's find our seats. If you're out there in the break area, come on in, and we'll get started here. Okay, so this is we're entering the last hour of the conference today, and we have this first of what will be 2 sessions here, vibe coding ZK apps with Ligatron ZK platform. So with that, please welcome our next speaker to the stage.
Right, I don't know which is the better hand to hold the mic and the clicker. All right, I'm going to give like maybe 30 seconds for people to come in. I hear from Anna. I'm humbled, but I also honored that I have this slot where there are no other like going on the side stage, in the breakout stage, in the breakout. I have all of you to myself. So. All of you have pen and paper. It's going to be like heavy on math, like, get pumped on coffee. Just kidding. All right. So let me start. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ligero. I also am an associate professor at Georgetown University, currently on leave. This is some of the work that we are doing at our company, Ligero. Ligatron is the new version of Ligero, which was published last year in IEEE Security and Privacy. It's essentially the same blueprint as the Ligero system that was published back in 2017, except that it is memory efficient. It can run directly from the browser. But first, I want to walk back through sort of a biased view of history. So that's actually my dad. He's sitting on a punch card system while he was working at Tata Institute of Fundamental Research in Bombay. He was computing something on weather data at TIFR. He used to tell me that these punch card system, you need a lot of discipline. You write your program, you punch it in the card, you give it in the morning, you get the results in the evening, you don't know if it was right, wrong, you can't change it until the next day. And to me, this, it's similar to like Groth16 and SERCOM with trusted setups. It's some of the most used technology we have, but once you set up the circuit in your trusted setup, changing it is heavy. My dad, he taught me everything he taught me programming, and he passed away in with COVID in 2021. But the first machine I used was the IBM PC XT machine. It really looked like that. You got to take a 5 1/4 floppy disk with the operating system DOS, plug it in, wait for it to boot. Actually, the first programming language I learned was COBOL, and I also learned BASIC, which is a programming language on this system. And we all still, there are many parts like the financial system as well as the government, as I hear, still use COBOL. Again, just tracing through history, we started off with punch cards, then came COBOL and Fortran, which I want to say has actually survived through time quite a bit. Then we got, the more popular, which is, still popular, the C, C++. We got the Unix operating system, PCs, etc., and then object-oriented programming. I should also tell you, my dad taught me Smalltalk, which was one of the first object-oriented programming language, which I think was invented in the 80s. But then now, Golang, Rust, this is very popular. And today, I want to talk about the next evolution of this, wipe coding. So what is wipe coding? And I actually didn't know this until a few months back. This is Aravind Narayan. He was my high school classmate. He's a professor at Princeton University. He started out as a theoretician. Now he does a lot about AI, demystifying what cannot be done with AI. And I saw this post he did on LinkedIn where he said he could code web apps in minutes. He could build an app for his kid to teach fractions, etc. In fact, he even had the app linked on in the LinkedIn, and I went and I looked at it. It was a simple app. It was really, really good. Then I heard of this term vibe coding, which was apparently coined by Andrej Karpathy. I have huge respect for him. Come and ask me later, in the industry. He said he could start coding like applications without touching the keyboard. Just talking to things, talking to your LLM, generating code, then just deploying this. You just forget that code even exists. So let me show you a video of me of the first apps that I did using this kind of vibe coding.
Let me talk to you about the first app I created after seeing my friend's blog post for building music through apps for his kid. I was like, why don't I do the same for my 5-year-old daughter with random addition and subtraction? Here's a simple app. You can practice addition. You can give your answer and count the score. And to keep my 5-year-old daughter engaged, she's obsessed with Frozen. I added a voice where when you give the right answer, it uses that sound button for us to say yes or no. And if you give the wrong answer, it's going to say no. Once I did addition, doing subtraction was easy. I wanted to say, setting up the first one took about 1 to 2 hours. You might have to set up the base, post it on GitHub pages, but once that was done, the subtraction, for example. Extension of the app I did. This does, addition, modulo, primes. Here is the simple SHA generator. It just generates the SHA-256 of any text that's typed in hex. Once you have a hash, you can build Merkle trees. Here is a nice visualization of generating a Merkle tree on the fly. As you can see here, as I type, the root gets updated. Furthermore, you also see the path from the leaf to the root that gets updated. I did all of this in Claude, so I thought, okay, why not try doing something in ChatGPT? So here, I'm doing another Merkle tree visualization. Again, I give the data elements in the leaves of a Merkle tree. And generate. Here is the Merkle tree with this being the root. I added an extra feature here where when I click a leaf, it gives me the decommitment. If you recall, this is what is needed. When I want to prove to you that a certain element sits at the leaf of a Merkle tree, I have to give you the siblings along the path from the leaf to the root, and that gets displayed over here. This can become really a very easy teaching tool for anyone, to generate these apps for every day for your lectures. Once I did Merkle trees, the next what is used in Ligero is pack secret sharing. Most of you would call this Reed-Solomon encoding. You give the secrets, it pads with randomness because it needs to be secret sharing, generates the coefficient, the evaluation, and then I pick from the evaluation points outside of the domain used for the secrets, and that becomes the encoding. That's it. And once I got going, it was just easy to build the next app. If you haven't tried vibe coding, I will tell you, this isn't hard. I used to code a lot when I was in, high school, a little bit, in my undergrad, of course. But then for a long time, I was a theoretician. But then I got back to this. It's really empowering. They give you really a base for launching these apps, and then you can just ask it to generate an app, and you can deploy it on a GitHub page really in a matter of minutes. The first time the setup will take time, but then after that it's pretty fast. So
let me switch gear a little bit from vibe coding, why we are here. We are here to talk about zero-knowledge proof systems. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what is knowledge. Now, knowledge is a question as old as humanity. And it's been pursued in philosophy under the branch of epistemology. Also, neuroscience, psychology, economics, all of this care about knowledge. More recently, I want to say the last couple of decades, you want to capture knowledge for artificial intelligence, or lack thereof for cryptography. I want to talk about the people who invented zero-knowledge systems, Silvio Micali and Shafi Goldwasser. They did win the Turing Award for laying the foundations of modern cryptography, but also for zero-knowledge proofs. And it's important that, to capture even the security definition of zero-knowledge takes a lot of work. And I have one slide. This is probably the most technical slide I have. The foundations of knowledge itself was first done in something called probabilistic encryption. To define encryption, to define what knowledge an adversary gains from looking at a ciphertext was there in these works. And then, of course, it was refined in their work of zero-knowledge proof systems. And this is really the essence of what they did. They defined zero knowledge without actually defining it. This is the best I can actually really tell you about this. The way they capture knowledge is not that the data you have, it is about what you can feasibly compute from the data you have. And really, feasibly compute has two things. You're bounded by a computer or a supercomputer or tons of 4090, but you can execute this for bounded time. And you have randomness. Really, these are the things that you have. And what you can gain from computation on data using these resources is knowledge. Things that you can't do in this is considered hidden from the adversary. So, coming back to zero knowledge, it's about generating a proof to the verifier that it learns no additional knowledge beyond the input statement or the public inputs that you're giving to the verifier. And really what this means is that the verifier can learn nothing more than what it can compute from this input statement that you give it. And I think this is important. I am the biggest fan of zero-knowledge proof systems, but you also have to understand what is really the privacy it gives. And especially when we want to deploy this in privacy-focused applications, this definition in mind is important. For example, if I prove to you today that I have a commitment of my salary, etc., I prove to you that my salary is at most $100,000. And then a few days later, I come and prove to you, hey, my salary is more than $99,000. Now, really, combining these two proofs, there was nothing to do, even if you use the perfect zero-knowledge system, you all have a pretty accurate version of what my salary is. So you need to know what privacy is guaranteed by zero-knowledge proof system when you deploy it in the open. Okay, that's it with me preaching about zero knowledge. This is a little bit outdated version of the ZK landscape. Maybe you should look at ZK Mesh. It has more the latest version, the latest list of all of these. Don't squint your eyes looking for your project. Even Ligero is not listed over here. We have a lot. We have a lot of effort, a lot of investment, a lot of protocols being developed in this landscape. But I kind of want to say that this promise of ZK for privacy is, still a promise. It's still a niche. And here I have a list of reasons. You may or may not accept this. Maybe we don't care about privacy. And I'm sure a lot of you have faced this, running zero-knowledge companies. You go talk to people. They're like, yes, I care about privacy, but that's not the first thing I'm going to do for my stablecoin. That's not the first thing I'm going to do for my DEX. The PMF, the real PMF, is probably not yet identified. And SNARKs and Starkware have done a tremendous work in this industry, bringing really zero knowledge to the masses. And, pretty honest, most of the implementations are SNARKs. And, they're not zero knowledge. More than, I would say, 90% of these things don't come to the formal definition of zero knowledge. Not that they are insecure, they aren't, but I want to say SNARKs themselves are not. And there was a beautiful work and presentation by Ulrich in ZK Proof 7. They are really working hard. It's a lot of pain, but they're working to make SNARKs ZK. And maybe DSL is a barrier for adoption. We have all these languages, CIRCOM, NOAR, Cairo, etc. Is it that we are not able to get developers in this space? Like they have to, there is this threshold of learning a new language. And the last point is also true. Most of the performant zero-knowledge systems we have today requires heavy hardware, a lot of GPUs, a lot of memory. So is this what is stopping us from making, ZK for privacy? So just going back to this and take whatever I'm saying with a grain of salt, it's just like my view of these things. I look at R1CS and, as like sort of punch card systems, and CIRCOM, like improving this to languages, and, Cairo doing the next generation, and now we have ZK VMs. We can take a Rust program and be able to generate a zero-knowledge proof of this, of what this program is computing. And one should think, right? If I can do ZK VMs, I should be able to do wipe coding. What is wipe coding? An LLM generating a code, I should be able to plug it into one of these systems and do it. And this is what I saw after I did all these wipe coding examples. I was like, this is my obvious next step. But before I go into showing how, I have a video of me wipe coding for zero knowledge, I want to talk a little bit about Ligatron system. So the Ligatron system, as I mentioned to you at the beginning, it follows the Ligero blueprint that was done in 2017. But it is the only memory efficient hash-based zero knowledge system today. I want to clarify or qualify what I mean by memory efficient. It means that, for example, we are a ZK VM with the underlying VM being WebAssembly. We want our prover system to use roughly the same memory if I had run the underlying WebAssembly program, which would be if you know the WebAssembly semantics, it would be the maximum stack height that it would need and the memory RAM that it uses. And this is achieved by the Ligatron zero-knowledge system. Ligatron is zero-knowledge by default. I know I stress this point, but there isn't a knob. It's not a SNARK. It is a ZK SNARK. And finally, once we got this memory-efficient version, we wanted the capability of people to build applications and deploy it anywhere. Anyone should be able to run it from their cell phone, from their laptop. And we also wanted it to be scalable. Had we implemented our current version with CUDA, I'm sure we would have gotten more performance, but this is not going to be useful on a cell phone. So we kind of restricted ourselves and said we are going to do this on web GPUs so that anyone should be able to run it from their phone or from their laptop. And for that matter, even Raspberry Pis actually have GPUs today. And this was a really surprising announcement. Well, okay, I shouldn't say surprising, but this was an announcement recently that Google adopted zero-knowledge systems in their wallet. And really what they're doing is you have these things called mobile driver's license that are issued in 11 states in the United States, and Europe is moving to the EU ID similarly to offer credentials to their citizens. You can put these digital credentials, you can tie it to your cell phone, and then you can prove to anyone things about your credentials in zero knowledge. And really, the application we talk about going into a bar and saying that you were 18, you can literally do it with this project. What was nice is that the team behind building this Google Wallet ZK, tried different system, and they chose a combination of the Ligero system and the GKR system to get something that would run from a phone. So this actually, they have tested this. It runs in a couple of seconds. It runs from an Android phone. I want to say that on our platform, we'd be able to implement this, and you'd be able to run it from a browser, not just from Android, but from anywhere. And they used the work that was published in 2017. Most of their work was based on it. They are not quite memory efficient, but their circuits are small enough that they would run from a small device. But our system, we would be able to prove much more complex statements about your identity, maybe multiple identities, through our platform. All right, so enough of all of this. Let's wipe code with Ligatron. I have maybe a 5-minute video. I apologize. Next time, maybe I'll try to insist on doing a live demo, but bear with me with this video. Let's wipe code with Ligero. I want to walk you through our platform just to see how you can run applications from our platform. Recall that on our platform, you can build and deploy completely from within the browser. No tedious GitHub cloning, etc. You can write your C program, compile, deploy. Go to platform.ligatron.com, sign in with your Google credentials, and now you will enter a marketplace where people have developed some applications. I'm going to pick one of them, edit distance. You can look at the source code to do edit distance computation. This program is showing that the edit distance between the first two strings are small, where the first one is private. It's generated the proof. Now you can send this proof, verify this proof on this browser, on another device. That's it. I'm going to show you later how to create projects, etc. But let's start coding. Here's ChatGPT. I'm going to give it some basic instructions on some function headers, how to do SHA, how to do assertions, etc. And then I'll be ready to give its instructions to generate the first program we want to prove in zero knowledge. All right, here's my instruction. Write a C program that takes in 3 input strings from command line. The second and third inputs are public. The program computes the edit distance between the first 2 strings and asserts the distance is less than 10. It checks if the SHA-256 of the first input is the third input. All right. Now let's wait for it to create a program. All right, here it's generating the code for edit distance. Checking the hash, and done. Now I'm going to copy this. Let's go to projects. I'm going to create a new project. I'm going to call it edit distance vibing. I've copied the program, copy it down here, compile. It's generate a WebAssembly file, which is our intermediate representation. We are a zkVM, and now I need to give it 3 inputs. I'm going to give it I'm going to mark the first one as private, just like before. I need the SHA of this, so I'm just going to use online SHA generator to get the SHA. I need to mark that the third one is in hexadecimal and prove. This circuit has about 20 million gates. It has generated it in 6 seconds. Done. So let's do another program. Just one more. Write a C program that takes 2 integers n and m as input from command line, where the second input is public. It asserts that the nth Fibonacci number is m, where Fibonacci is computed using an iterative algorithm. Right? Now let's see.
I'm going to copy this program. Let's go here. We can use the same code base. I'm just going to do that. I'm going to copy the new one. I'm going to hit compile. And now this new program has only 2 inputs. So it's going to be 20. I think the 20th Fibonacci number is 6765. I need to mention that these two are integers. And let's hit prove. That's it. And let me try a wrong number and see what happens. I get the answer is false.
You need to make sure that the zero knowledge system
you can
is
go
fine.
to our marketplace. Many of them actually I did, try to generate it using ChatGPT. Battleship being one of them. It checks if the placement of your ships is correct, as well as whether it's a hit or a miss. I've also tried a little bit with some regex. Thanks.
All right. Thanks everyone for your patience for having watched this. I want to say that this is really within the realm of what we can do. We can make this a co-pilot where you could just directly give instructions to our platform to generate this code. I think it's not hard to see. We could even do the Google Wallet identity thing by saying, hey, you need to parse an MDL, which is an ISO format, and verify an ECDSA signature and check that my age is greater than 18. This should be really, possible to do it on our platform. The Battleship is another example. I couldn't get that on the video, but I want to tell you, this is what I did with Battleship. I went first, I vibe coded, I generated an app to play Battleship. I'm probably dating myself. Many of you probably didn't play Battleship, but I could create an app to play Battleship, by just opening 2 browser pages and doing this like in a matter of 20, 25 minutes. And I also vibe coded to generate the predicate to verify the instructions. Now you could play Battleship peer-to-peer over the internet, where each person commits to their inputs, their input plates, and then they cannot lie whether it's a hit or a miss. And I didn't integrate them together, but I have both of these codes separately. All right, so a little bit, our mission, we want to make ZK useful, usable, all running on your device. Just a word, we are trying to solve privacy, compliance, decentralization. We are trying to build tools where people can prove compliance themselves. We talk about self-sovereign privacy. What we want to do is self-sovereign compliance. We're going to do this by, ZK Validiums offer a lightweight form of privacy when you have service provider launch their own networks. And you can get compliance by having these predicates on our marketplace where people could prove for different jurisdictions what they want to establish for their own respective state jurisdictions, countries, what kind of compliance they want to do. So we imagine that, eventually we'd be able to just have like a marketplace for all these compliance conditions that could be integrated directly into your network. You want to test, you can go to our platform. There is a speed test you can try out. If you have an Apple machine, you have to, web GPU is still like in the trial phase. You got to go and set the feature flag for web GPU. So this is what I want to say. At ETH Denver, I have this. I'm going to modify the slide. It's not the same slide. I talked about building, in the browser, building in any language. But today I want to say vibe anywhere. Like you don't need to even think. Forget that code even exists. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks. Right on time. Awesome. Thank you very much. And unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but I did learn that it's Lajero. Thanks. So that's a good actually clarification. So thank you, and thank you for the talk. It's a wonderful talk. We are on our last talk of the day. I've been promised by the speaker that this talk will be the most spectacular talk of the day. No, in all seriousness, it does build nicely on this last talk here, talking about some of the identity use cases for ZK. So with that, please welcome Merrick of Cello to the stage. He's going to talk about their work with Self Protocol.
Thank you. Amazing. Can I have the clicker? You can click. I can just point at you whenever we need to do the next slide. Well, it's wonderful being here. It's a real honor, actually, for me. This is where I did my undergrad, and so I used to walk these halls back in the day, so it's a real nice nostalgic moment for me. I think I used to play volleyball in the basement of this very building. Yeah, today we're going to be talking about Self protocol and the work that we've been doing to bring ZK Passport technology to production so that all of you can now start playing around with it. It's really exciting. If you like this talk, you can find me at Marek_ on Twitter. I'll stick around afterwards for questions, but you can always DM me if you want. And then you can also find the protocol at Self protocol. Okay, and so yes, I did want to make this fun for you and make this the best talk of the day. And so I threw in a little game. Since again, this is the last talk of the day, you know, you guys are probably all low energy. I wanted to find a way to make this interactive and, you know, get you guys a little bit more excited as we go out of this amazing conference. So the game is Guess the Country. And so the way it works is there's going to be shapes of countries on my slides at random places. If you see a country that you recognize, yell out the name. You don't have to wait for me to look at you, just yell out the name. We're going to make this a competition. The folks on the left are going to be competing against the folks on the right. And this is not random. These countries are all countries supported by Self protocol, and so this will be educational as well. So I'm going to warm you guys up with a really easy country. I think left had that. So 1 point to the left, 0 still on the right. Oh, I think right got you guys there. Okay, 1-1. I think left had you, so 2-1 for the left team. Okay, so that's just a warm up. So now we're going to get into the talk, and if you see any shapes that you like or recognize, just yell out the names. France, by the way, is where a lot of the gigabrains behind Self protocol are from, and so we've got some really strong French founders on this project. Okay, so now that you guys are all warmed up, you guys can now also yell out some of the big unsolved problems in crypto today. What do you guys think? What do we need to solve still? What hasn't been solved? Privacy is a good one. UX is a good one. Any other big ones? Product market fit. These are all really good ones. Anything else? Data availability. I feel like we're doing better with that. Identity, yes. User applications. So one that I think is very big, and I'm not hearing any country names. Okay, wow, 3-1, guys. Folks on the right need to step it up. It's kind of ironic, right? Bitcoin started, you know, off by solving this very problem if you burn a lot of electricity, but we still to this day haven't really solved this in a way that really is satisfactory. And so I would argue that this is still a very, very big problem. Our next one, are you a bad actor? I feel like this community, the ZK community, is probably more attuned to this than maybe all of crypto, just by virtue of how much bad actors seem to like, you know, privacy protocols and other things that ZK folks work on. You know, this is a real problem in our space. You know, obviously the Upbit hack was just a really terrible reminder of just how big of a problem it is. And we don't have a good solution at the smart contract level for this particular problem. Certainly not in a decentralized way. And as if that weren't enough, now we have to worry about this problem, right? Like, who would have thought, you know, 5 years ago we'd be worrying about whether we're actually chatting with humans or AI agents, you know, now with agents beating the Turing test. This is increasingly a big problem, certainly for humans, so we don't give AI agents a UBI in the future. But even for AI agents, if they're communicating with us, they probably want to know if they're communicating with a human or an agent. And so this will increasingly be just a really big problem. And, you know, I think decentralized identity can solve these problems, but, you know, it still to this day remains inaccessible. And if you look at the hardware solutions like World, it's hard to scale that to everyone. If you look at the Web of Trust solutions, they're very gameable. And then, there's folks wrapping, just centralized KYC. But sadly, as we know, that's not very privacy preserving. And so we need something better. And, oh, Greece? No, this is not Greece. It's not Russia. It's a very small country. It's a small country that's not Estonia. There's a very big conference that happens there every year in September. Okay, I'm going to move on, but you guys can keep guessing. Yes! Okay, the left side continues to dominate. I think we're going to have to reset at some point just to make this more competitive again. How about we do front and back? Maybe that's what we'll do going forward. 0-0. Anyway, and so, this has been a big problem to this date. But I'm here to tell you that, these are now actual solved problems. And so we launched it at ETH Denver just a few months ago, and it really is designed to address these issues. It can help you with Sybil resistance. It can help you with seeing if folks are bad actors, and it can certainly help you with knowing if you're a human or not. And it came out of a collaboration that ended up with a merger between the Open Passport team and Self Labs. Self Labs spun out of the Cella Foundation, where I've been involved with for the last kind of 5-6 years. And once again, we launched it very recently at ETH Denver, and critically, we launched it at a production level. And so this is fully audited by zkSecurity. I don't know if David Wong's in the house right now, but he and his team did a wonderful job getting this audited in time for the big launch. And it's available now on iOS and Android, again, ready for you to use today. And the way it works is, leveraging what I would argue is the most trusted meat space attestation of who you are, and that is, of course, your passport. Turkey is right. Looks like BAC is now in the lead. And so, how many people here are aware that, passports nowadays have these little microchips in them that have these kind of, the ones that have this little biometric logo over here with a little gold rectangle and circle. Hands up if you know that there's a chip in there. Okay, most of you do. That's amazing. That's pretty exciting because that chip makes this machine readable, and it's readable by your mobile phone. And of course, on top of that, passports are difficult to obtain. Typically, most people only have one passport, certainly one passport per issuing country. People tend to store them pretty securely, right? You need to travel with them, and so you keep them safe when you're not using them. So they are perfect IDs to bring on-chain. And because of this biometric chip in them, there's some really nice cryptography in there. And so basically your passport data that you see on your front page of your passport, that is of course in that microchip available and readable over NFC. But more than that, it is cryptographically signed by your issuing country through a certificate authority chain. And so it's signed by this document signing certificate, which in turn is signed by this country signing certificate authority. Each country maintains roughly 2 of these country-wide authorities. And so if you have, on the order, less than 400 certificates, you can verify the validity of any passport in the world. And this is, of course, useful for countries, as they let people into their countries to ensure that you haven't forged a passport. This is why they created this. It's so that you can really cut down on forgeries. But it turns out that it's useful for other use cases as well. And that's exactly what we have done, is try to bring these other use cases to the forefront. And what's really interesting about this when you combine it with blockchains is you can actually now prove that you have a valid passport without a counterparty, right? Typically when you do KYC, you are giving your ID to someone who is looking at it going, okay, it doesn't look forged, it looks like the same person, okay, I believe that this is who you are, and you're basically getting an attestation from that third party. So you're always interacting with a third party. That means that if they ever get hacked, your ID might be leaked. A lot of folks who had to KYC for airdrops, there were a few prominent KYC companies that got hacked, and obviously that is a real shame. And so what if we didn't have to have third parties, right? Wouldn't that be better? What if we just verified the certificate authority chain on a blockchain? Who would prefer that? Okay, a lot of you are raising your hand, but it's a trick question because if we were to do that, you'd be revealing your personal data to everyone on chain. So what if we did that in zero knowledge instead? Also on chain, right? That is effectively what we're doing at Self, and it's really exciting because it means that you can prove that you have a valid passport without a counterparty. And better than that, you can also disclose information about yourself to other third parties. And so say that you've onboarded into Self, and there's a third party that wants to know that you're over the age of 18. You can prove that in zero knowledge using Self protocol. You can also prove that that you have a valid passport, that you're from a specific country, that you're not from a set of countries. A lot of the dating sites that we're talking to are actually interested in proving that you're above a certain age, so not just below a certain age. You can also, and this is where the proving that you're not a bad actor comes in, you can also prove in zero knowledge that you are not on the OFAC list. So without revealing your name, without revealing your birthday, or really anything about yourself, you can prove with these subsequent disclosure proofs that you're not on the OFAC list. And that's pretty exciting. Pardon? Czech Republic is right. Technically Czechia now, but I'll allow it. Okay. I feel like the back continues to dominate. And so on top of proving these disclosure proofs that we call them, you can also associate these proofs with a wallet address. And so you can use a wallet address as one of your public inputs, and so that you can prove that, again, this address is associated with a person that isn't on the OFAC list, or this address is associated with a person that is over the age of 18. Okay, so I think I've given you a nice overview of what we're doing, but what does it look like? What's the experience? You can definitely check it out by just installing the app. But if you're curious, this is what the onboarding flow looks like. The first step is to scan the front page of your passport. We need to do this to be able to decrypt the data on that microchip once you do the NFC scanning. Once you've done the scanning of the front page, you're ready to NFC read. You typically have to move your phone around a little bit to find where the NFC chip is in the passport. And as soon as you've done that, then we're off to the races. We can start generating this registration ZK proof. We do it actually in a very reasonable amount of time. It's on the order of 15 to 30 seconds. And then you're done. You're registered. You're onboarded onto the application. You can start doing disclosure proofs to third parties. And so what's going on under the hood? Once you've scanned that passport, again with your phone, then you have your data that's available on your passport. And we need to, one, create a proof that proves the authenticity of that data. And so again, we want to verify those signatures going up that certificate authority chain. Once we get to the top, we then do a Merkle inclusion proof that proves that the specific country certificate authority is inside our Merkle tree of certificates, with the root being on chain. And so we verify that you have, again, this valid chain going up to the certificate authority. And then we also calculate a nullifier that's deterministically derived from your passport data. And then we also calculate a commitment that is derived from both your passport data and a user-generated secret. And so the ZKP first proves that you have a valid passport. Nullifier is used to prove that you haven't registered before. And then the commitment you insert into a Merkle tree so that you can later do these disclosure proofs. And what's important here is that this commitment is derived not just from the passport data, but also from a user-supplied secret. And the reason for that is we want you to have full privacy from your issuing country, but also from any country that scans your passport as you're entering through border security. We want them not to be able to quickly see what you're actually using self for. And the way we do that is by requiring that you add some more entropy, you create this secret. And so once you've onboarded, you can now do these disclosure proofs. And this is what the flow looks like there. We start by pressing that button on the bottom. dApps request disclosure proofs using a QR code, which you scan. The app shows you what the app is asking of you. In this case, it only asked you if you're over 18, if you're not on the OFAC list. But, and so it's not very sensitive. But if, for example, an application asks for all of your information, your full name, your birthday, everything, then we can pop up a little warning that says that this is asking you for something pretty sensitive. And if you're okay with disclosing this with this third party, you either do Face ID or put in your PIN, and then we create that ZKP. And this ZKP is relatively easy to do because, you know, that tree that we talked about, we're using Poseidon hashes to make doing that Merkle inclusion proof easy. And so the way that this works is we generate that inclusion proof, and then we also prove whatever statement you're trying to disclose. So for example, that you're over some age, or that you're not on the OFAC list. The OFAC list is interesting. We're actually doing a Merkle exclusion proof over 3 Merkle trees. If you're at all interested, come talk to me later. I can share more about how we're doing that. Because again, we're using Poseidon for all of these hashes, this is all very, very efficient. And then there's also a nullifier per dApp that's requesting these disclosures. And if you look here, that nullifier is not derived from your passport data. And so the idea here is, again, we are able to anonymize these disclosures even from your issuing country and even from anybody who, you know, steals your passport and scans the passport data. And so that's very, very important. Cool. And so how does it all come together? How does it all work? This is kind of the high-level architecture. Your passport's, of course, read by your phone. Your phone is communicating with either the Apple key store that's now stored in the iCloud, or with kind of the application-specific part of Google Drive, where you can store application-specific state. And so that's where we back up the secret that we generate for you, so that even if you lose your phone, you can still continue to use self and restore the application. And then, of course, probably one question that many of you might be asking about is, where do we generate these proofs? Would it be nice to generate these proofs on the phone? But, you know, we've been working on this for a while, and we started doing everything with Groth 16 and CIRCOM. And so these ZKPs are sadly a little too big to run on mobile phones using kind of that particular proving system. And so we offload the proving to a TEE. So the TEE is only really an accelerator. It's not required for soundness of the protocol. You don't even need to generate the proofs using the TEE. You can generate them however you want. But the mobile application that we've developed uses this TEE only if it's running an image that we consider safe, one that deletes your passport data as soon as the proof has been generated. So even if the TEE is compromised, the soundness of the overall system is not compromised. And then the TEE can either share this proof directly with the third-party dApp or have it be verified directly on-chain. If it's verified on-chain, that happens on Celo. Celo recently transitioned to becoming an L2. And so we're working to have these proofs basically be readable by the whole Ethereum ecosystem fully trustlessly using native bridges over time. And so this is the kind of high-level architecture. And yeah, this is what allows us to basically generate these proofs very, very quickly, even though the proving keys are quite large and require a lot of memory. By the way, there was a country back here that nobody guessed. What's going on? This country is next to that. Say that again. Poland is right. Are you front or back? Front. You're definitely front. Okay. More points to the. I think it's like 2-1 now. So front can get back in the running if they guess the next one. Okay, so just to wrap it up, I thought it might be nice to share some learnings about this project. Bringing anything into production is a sizable effort. It took a big team, over a year and a bit, year and a half to do this. And I think one of the biggest things for us is that picking a proving system continued to be a challenge. There's obviously a lot of excitement about a lot of new proving systems, but we were a protocol that, unlike many protocols out there, actually cared about zero knowledge. And so the ZK part of zkSNARKs was really important for us. And because we wanted to bring this into production quickly and have it be used by a lot of people quickly, lindiness for the proving system really mattered. We wanted it to be robust and time tested. And so that's the reason why we picked CIRCOM and Groth16. And I think we're happy that we did, because we also are the first ZK Passport protocol to launch and to be production ready. And so we're pretty excited about that. One thing though that has made our lives more difficult is iterating. So one of the really weird things about these passports is that there's no standard for how these countries are creating these certificate authority chains. There's just an insane amount of hashing functions and signature schemes that are permissible. And every country seemingly is picking their own combination of these. So we've got RSA, we've got ECDSA. Obviously, the ECDSA stuff has made our proving keys really big and our memory requirements really large. Some countries use both. Some countries use different signature schemes at different levels of going up this certificate authority chain. And none of this is really well documented anywhere. And so we've been discovering a lot of this just by having people scan their passports and saying, oh, there's a new combination that we haven't seen. And so we have to deploy a new circuit, do a new ceremony, and get it out quickly so that we can then inform that user to come back and say that everything works again. And so we've been doing this now for a while, and we're getting to the point where we're encountering these things less and less. But certainly, having to do a ceremony after each new permutation of signature schemes was certainly a little challenging. Proving keys, of course, still suck. 5 gigabytes is a lot, certainly too much for bringing onto mobile devices. And so we're excited about being able to get rid of that over time with new proving systems. But again, because we are running in a TE, it's manageable for us for now. And then, the ceremony tools. Back when we launched Plumo, way back in the day for Cello, Plumo also had a massive proving key and insane amount of circuits, and there was no ceremony tool that could handle it, so we had to build our own. This time around, we said, okay, let's try Potion, take something off the shelf, but we broke it very, very quickly, and then had to spend a good amount of time unbreaking it for our needs. And so I think a lot of the infrastructure and tooling is still not where we would hope it would be for launching production grade applications quickly. And then this is interesting. This is just a total coincidence that I'm talking about this after the last speaker. But at least for our needs, when we were onboarding new folks and trying to get them up to speed quickly and encouraging them to play around with LLMs, certainly for our code, it was a little difficult to for the LLMs to be that useful. They were hallucinating way too much. I think we could, as a field, probably work to create some MCPs that just give these LLMs way more context to be way better. Because back when we were using them, they weren't good. So it was really interesting seeing the last talk. I think that's really timely, and I think it'll be probably good to bring more and more developers into this field. So that's mostly it. I just wanted to end with a short plug. I heard Chile, but I don't know who said it first. Over here. Okay, front. Wait. Is it 2-2? Back is claiming they got it though, so they're even high-fiving. So I don't know. I didn't quite catch that. But let's make it front so that we're even. And if there's one more after this, we can see who wins. But yeah, we have a developer SDK. It's available to play around with now. Again, this is all audited, production-ready code that's out there, and people have started building with this and integrating into their protocols. You don't have to be a Web3 protocol. You can do this even as a Web2 company. And so if you have a use case for defending against Sybil attacks, or maybe preventing bad actors from using your protocol on-chain, being able to know for sure that someone's not on the OFAC list is pretty useful, especially if you're building privacy protocols. Maybe you want to verify that someone is in fact an actual human, then this can work really well for you. Recovering multi-sig wallets is a very, very frequently discussed use case for ZK Passport tech. But there's also fun, kind of silly ones as well. Say you wanted to launch a meme coin that gives out tokens to people who have a certain name. Maybe you want to do a Bob coin. Maybe you want to disperse tokens on people's birthdays. Maybe you want to give them out based on people's hair color. All of that is in your passport, and you can actually create ZKPs that disclose this without disclosing anything else with self really, really easily. So anything that you can think of pretty much that you want to have disclosed from your passport data, self supports, and so would encourage you to play around with it. So yeah, that's everything. Thank you so much.
We've got time for a couple questions here, and we're at the end of the day, so we can take 2 or 3 questions.
I think my big question here is, do people need to scan their eyes to use your product? And if not, why would you choose not to do that?
Yes, so you do not have to scan your iris or build a 3D model of your iris to use this protocol. I think all jokes aside, the World team is doing something interesting, but I think realistically, by having this hardware component, it's just going to be much harder to scale to billions and billions of people. We're currently in the process of adding Aadhaar support in India, the EU ID support in the EU. Once we do that with biometric passports, we're going to cover 3 billion people that will have an ID that they could use with self. I don't think there's any other protocol that will get to being able to prove Sybil resistance for 3 billion people in a privacy-preserving, kind of decentralized way quicker than us. I think it's going to be the best way to reach that number of people. So if you want to, share your token with up to 3 billion people, self is going to be the best way to do that.
Hi, great presentation, by the way. My question is related to how about people that don't have passports? So how you achieve that? For example, I came from, I live in Argentina and came from Uruguay, and Uruguay, a lot of people, maybe 12% of population have passport, and maybe it's lesser. So that's my first stuff, and the other one, the SDK is very cool.
Thank you. Yeah, so we're prioritizing, ID formats that allow you to prove in zero knowledge and trustlessly that you have that valid ID, and so that's why again we're starting with biometric passports, and we're actively now integrating Aadhaar support. So there's over 1 billion people in India that have Aadhaar IDs. And then the EU ID actually has the same biometric logo on the card itself and has an NFC chip in there, and so you can use that. And so across those 3 ID types, again, that's 3 billion people out of the roughly 8 billion people that will be covered. But you're right, we want to get to all 8 billion. And so we're looking at different ways to do that. We're talking to some Web of Trust folks. Actually, my co-founder at Celos invented Eigentrust, which is a decentralized reputation protocol. Eigentrust is gameable unless you have a really solid foundation of pre-trusted peers. And so if you have, for example, 3 billion pre-trusted peers in a protocol where there's 8 billion people, then actually it becomes much, much harder to potentially game that. And so that's one interesting avenue that we're exploring with kind of the Karma 3 Labs folks. And then finally, there are some customers that are coming to us and they're asking us, can you zkP wrap some existing KYC, kind of centralized process? And so we're looking at that. I'm not sure how we feel about it because there are some trade-offs, of course. But if the market is pushing us to offer that as well as this, then maybe we'll do that. We'll see.
Which companies support the use of the app right now?
Yeah, so Talent Protocol launched like a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, and there's a few other smaller ones that I'm forgetting the names of right now, but we're actively talking to some very, very big Web3 projects and some very reputable, well-known Web2 companies, some of which are actively developing against the SDK today. And so, yeah, expect a lot more exciting partners being announced soon.
Are you... Yep. Is there a way to mark passports as stolen or deactivate them before their expiration date?
Yes, under this whole system, countries do share revocation lists so that if passports are stolen, you can't reuse that data, or if worst case, one of the certificate authorities gets stolen, either the document signing one or even the country issued one, then it'd be nice to be able to revoke those. And so there are ways to do that. Not every country shares these lists. Not every country shares them publicly. Sometimes they only share them privately amongst each other. And so we are working on doing more with those lists for countries that we can get access to them.
Are you taking advantage of the APDU or the challenge response chips in any way?
In the mobile phones?
In some more modern passport implementations.
Oh, you're talking about active authentication? Yeah, so some passports, some countries have private keys in these chips that you can use through like a challenge and response mechanism to prove that the data that you're pulling from this NFC chip is in fact not cloned. And so we are looking at that. The challenge is that for a lot of countries where maybe our initial users will be coming from, those countries don't issue these passports, and so it's a bit of a shame. But increasingly, this will probably be useful in the future. So yeah, we're definitely looking at that. 2 more questions.
So you mentioned that if the T is compromised, you don't lose soundness. So I'm wondering, like, what's the bad side of that? And if there's no bad side, why you are using T in the first place? And there's like one yes or no question. By OFAC, do you mean like citizens of certain countries or like a list of addresses?
Yeah, so for OFAC screening, what I mean is the US Treasury shares a list of sanctioned entities and individuals where they give names, birthdays, passport numbers, and all of these. And so we are actually looking specifically that you are not on that list as an individual. So that's what we mean by making sure you're not on the OFAC list. And then your first question, remind me again what it was?
So if the T is compromised, what's the bad side?
Yeah, so if the T is compromised, then someone could see the passport data that's being used to generate these proofs. So they might be able to steal someone's passport data, but they wouldn't be able to do much beyond that.
All right. I promised the last one would be a banger, and sure enough, Marek delivered. Thank you very much. Let's give him another hand.
Thank you.
And welcome Anna back. She's going to close us out here.
Yeah, wow. Folks, thank you for coming through for zkSummit13. How are you all feeling at the end of the day? Feeling good? Did you learn a lot? So we learned something. I have to add a small correction to the intro slides. After we did our intro, we had described, what was it, GKR as having come out in 2015. The brother of the R in GKR texted Nico to say false. It was from 2008. So I felt like I should share that here. He had been watching on the live stream and was just like, nope. If you did find anything, I don't know, else to correct, do let us know, because we're always evolving these things. Yeah, and I just want to say a big thank you for everyone coming out to Toronto. This is only the second time we've done this event in North America. The first time was in San Francisco back in 2019. So it's quite a milestone, and also great to be in this city, in this school. Merrick, you said you went here, and it turned out we went here around the same time, hilariously, so it's very cool to be back. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Yeah. And I think just the last thing is there's still some swag. I very much encourage you to grab some if you have not yet. I don't think we're going to be leaving it at the venue, so it's really for you to take. Great. And I guess see you at the next one. Bye.